and welcome to Phoenix TV. I am AJ Smile and we are live here at the ATC Pilots Forum happening here at the NCAA Annex Ikeja, Lagos. This program has promises to be amazing with such activities like interactive section, networking opportunities, panel discussions, and so on. So don't go anywhere, relax, stay tuned, I'll be right back.
Once again, it's a job you don't know the enormity until you get involved in it. Having said that, permit me to recognize this fantastic gentleman to my right, who are square pegs in square holes in our aviation industry, who are making moves, and because they are there, we dare to take our place. I want to recognize the presence of the chairman in the Pilot Forum Steering Committee and the person of Alhaji Ahmad Abba, MNI. Can we clap? MNI. Thank you, it's a pleasure having you here. Next to him is my director and my big brother, representing the acting DG, CAA, and the person of Engineer Gordon Balan. To his left is a suave, well put together gentleman. When he walked in, I was thinking having the civilian governor walk in. He was walking smartly, and I have a weakness for well-dressed men. Permit me to see that because I'm the only lady in my house. So when I see gentlemen, I tend to look back twice. And the person of Mr. Henry, I did bring up, I got it right. He's the director of special duties of FAAN, representing our able, dynamic, versatile Honorable Police of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mr. Sustainable. A pleasure, sir. To his left, I have an more in the person of Mr. Tayo John, the Director of Air Traffic Services, Nigerian Airspace Management Agency. Representing the MD of NAMA. Thank you, sir, for coming. Permit me to also call up to the front. There's an adage in my place that says, or is saying, there's a key you see and you make a crown. Yes. Permit me to call to the front the president of NASCA is represented by the Vice President, Mr. A.A. Bello. Mr. Bello, please. The Captain Ladi, FD representing Captain Robert Roland of FCAN. Captain Ladi here. Please clap for her more. This is not, she's the one for women, so clap for her. If you don't clap, there's no teacher for you. Keep clapping. Yeah, sorry, I have to do that. I have the microphone. Yes. The last but not the least, I have Comrade Wale Adenuga. When I heard Wale Adenuga, I thought I was going to see the Global Conference Chairman here. Comrade Wale Adenuga representing Comrade Galadima Abadenego of NAAB. Are you here, sir? Thank you, sir. Gentlemen and ladies, please, before we proceed, let's give honor to whom honor is due. We're going to say the second stanza of the national anthem as our opening prayer. He gave us life. He sustains us. He gave us the job. He has kept us in the job. Can we be on the feet? The second stanza of the national anthem is a prayer that is all-inclusive. So we're going to say the national anthem, the second stanza. We're going to recite it at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Go. O God of creation, direct our noble course, guide our leaders right, help our give the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and lead angels and truth, raise up the heights and fame, to build a nation where peace and justice reign. And let us just say amen. Amen. Can have a seat, please. Before we go into the business of the day, please permit me to give you some housekeeping rules. Please permit this breaking transmission. I have the honor of recognizing the representative of the DGNSIB in the person of Captain Fatu Gashi. Sir, please come ahead here. Please clap for him. You're welcome, sir. As I was saying, housekeeping rules so that we can get down to the business of the day and do that on time. Can we all put our phones on silence, please? Phones on silence. If it's an important call you need to take, kindly step out of the room, go take the call. If it involves money, come back and share with everyone. If it doesn't involve money, keep your call to yourself. Yes. So, and I also appreciate if we don't have a divided house, both side talks, everything has to be to the head of everyone. If you have anything to say, raise your hand. You'll be given the microphone. So let's not have a divided house. That being said, let's get down quickly to the program of the day. I have the singular honor of calling to the podium for the welcome note of the chairman of the Pilots Forum Steering Committee, the president of Alaji Abba MNI. Round of applause, please.
The Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Vice Festus Kiamu, FAAN, CON, ably represented by the Director of Special Activities FAAN, Henry Ababri. The Director General of Civil Aviation, Captain Chris Onanayamo, ably represented by Engineer Gurbil Pana, the Managing Director of NAMA, Engineer Farouk Umar Ahmed, ably represented by the Director of Air Traffic Services, John Tyler. The representative of the SIB, Directors of Air Traffic Services, Nigerian Air Force, I believe he sent their representatives, MD and CEOs of airlines, country managers, Director of Flight Operations, senior and seasoned air traffic controllers, other general managers here present, gentlemen of the press, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure and honor to welcome you on behalf of the steering committee to the third ATC pilot interactive session and the first since the COVID-19 pandemic. We are delighted to have you with us to participate and share in our quest to make Nigeria's aviation industry among the best, safest, and most efficient in the world. The ATC Pilot Forum provides a desired platform for frontline aviation professionals to share ideas and dissect common operational challenges, make appropriate recommendations to enhance safety of flight operations. The platform became a crucible of ideas that bordered on safety and efficiency of the airspace, in particular, and in the industry in general. These frontline aviation professionals held the first and second interactive sessions at this very venue on 24th April 2019 and 5th March 2020. At these meetings, concerns were raised about PBN implementation in terms of adequate air traffic controllers training and aircraft compliance with PBN operational requirements, perennial air-ground and ground-ground communication problems, air traffic controllers training and manpower development, Nigeria's pilots' job market, professionalism and proficiency, airport and air navigation infrastructure, among others. A steering committee to take charge of the forum was formed after that meeting. Discussions on the social media platform and at the last interactive sessions brought about several improvements to air navigation services provision and the pilot's compliance with ATC instructions. Worthy of note are the reduction of departure release delays in Lagos, where a more expeditious default instruction of release on runway heading was adopted. More efficient coordination between air traffic control units in Abuja, air traffic control familiarization flight, and pilot visit to air traffic control units. It is hoped that we will have more of these exercises this year and beyond. I therefore urge for more flight deck familiarization flights by ACOS and pilots to visit air traffic control units in order to have appreciation of the challenges faced by each while operating within the Nigerian airspace. The Nigerian aviation industry had one of its major tests between December 2019 and January 2020 in a bid to provide better service and improve on safety and efficiencies of the system. Some 8 in the countries were replaced. An ILS Cat3 system and a DVR were installed in Lagos and an ILS Cat3 system in Abuja during that period. This exercise coincided with one of the harshest Hamilton season experience in decades. The operating minimum at Lagos Airport has to be raised as a result of the non-availability of these aids, not because they are not on air, but because they are not flight tested. There have been flight calibration of PORs and ILS across most airports in Nigeria. The acquisition of a calibration aircraft and the training of crew has facilitated the timely calibration of air navigation equipment aforementioned. Flight diversions and cancellations put the nation in the spotlight despite the novel step toward improving the standards of the nation's air navigation infrastructure. It in turn put excessive pressure on pilots and air traffic controllers all over the country. It is worth noting that there has been less diversion of flights, noticed due to poor visibility, especially in Abuja and Lagos, as a result of consistent calibration of the ILS system since 2021. A critical look at the resulting situation revealed the need for collaboration between various organs of the aviation industry. There was also the issue of capacity building and safety improvement in all strata of the industry. It is in view of this, the theme for this interactive session was chosen to be building safety capabilities for the future. The efforts, commitment, and foresight of the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Barrister Festus Tiamo, SAN, CON, in strategically coming up with an all-encompassing 5-point agenda must be commended. It provides the framework for the evolution of Nigerian aviation industry to be among the first in the world. This commitment was demonstrated by the engagement of the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development and the Ministry of the Federal Capital Territory to fast-track the process of the construction of Abuja second runway, which is needed now more than ever to increase safety, capacity, and efficiency. To ensure the commitment to service by all the aviation agencies under the ministry, a performance bond was signed by all accountable executives. This will ensure everyone is kept on their toes to deliver quality service for the attainment of the set out objectives as captured by the Honorable Minister. As critical frontline professionals in the aviation ecosystem, pilots and controllers stand in the forefront to recommend realistic strategies that will lead to the effective implementation of the 5-point agenda. This meeting will therefore take up this challenge as one of its cardinal objectives. There are several challenges that this forum needs to critically examine in the course of deliberation. Some of these challenges include the recurrent perennial challenge of poor VHF communication in Nigeria's upper airspace, ATC manpower shortage and inadequate training, the training of pilots and actors and performance-based navigation, frequent delays and cancellation of scheduled flights, degraded surveillance system, procedural training of air traffic controllers and its implication to flight safety, non-availability of functional simulators for procedural training of air traffic controllers at training stations, frequent unserviceability of navigation and landing aids, increase in air safety reports, ticket resolutions, back strikes, runway incursion and excursion, among others. While collective and collaborative efforts are expected to overcome the challenges enumerated above, it is worthwhile to also highlight the appreciable gains noticed aimed at improving safety, capacity, and efficiency of air navigation since the forum's last meeting. This includes the installation of a two lighting system for runway 18 left in Lagos, the completion of the taxiway Bravo in Lagos, the repairs of the opening of the runway 18 right, training and qualification of Nigerian pilots as calibration as aircraft crew for the calibration aircraft, design and implementation of the full route airspace, implementation of flight plannable direct routes, design of PPN procedures for more than 95% of runways in Nigeria, test flight of the satellite-based augmentation system operations at Abuja. Despite these challenges confronting the aviation ecosystem in Nigeria, we have weathered the storm and vital lessons have been learned. For this, I would like to commend the great women and men at control rooms and flight decks that withstood the trials and kept our airspace operational and safe despite the challenges. My gratitude goes to all the personnel who worked tirelessly to get us back on our feet. A big thank you to all the chief executives of the aviation parastatals and their management teams for working around the clock to ensure we get out of the situation. Our sincere appreciation to the military, especially the Nigerian Air Force, for collaborating with civil aviation agencies to improve aviation safety and airspace management. At this juncture, I would like to repeat a passionate appeal to the Honorable Minister, the Chief Executive of all aviation parastatals, and all stakeholders to adopt the spirit of collaboration in working toward meeting the common objectives. Operating in silos is counterproductive, and therefore there should be continuous collaboration. In the same vein, the ATC Pilot Forum, as frontline professionals, will continuously collaborate and deliberate on contemporary issues that have effect on aviation safety, capacity, and efficiency. I welcome all the participants to this important occasion and call on everyone to bear his or mine on critical issues that we hope our discussion will contribute to building an industry that would be a pride of the nation. Honorable Minister, sir, we thank you for blessing this occasion. We are optimistic that the takeaways from this gathering will support your zeal of leaving a lasting legacy in Nigerian aviation sector in line with the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, sir, we are grateful for your presence and recognize the invaluable contributions you are making in the industry. We trust that you will continue to support us as partners in our collective effort to improve the aviation industry. The presence of the chief executive officers of various agencies has affirmed their commitment to moving with us in the right direction. Finally, I wish to emphasize that the support of our parents' associations, the Nigerian Air Traffic Controllers Association, NATCA, the Flight Crew Association of Nigeria, FCAN, and the National Association of Aircraft Pilots and Engineers, NAPE, is what gathered us here today, what gathered us here the first time and today. I say a big thank you to the executive councils and members for their moral support and financial support as well. I thank everyone for being here and wish us all peaceful celebrations. Thank you.
Beautifully delivered. Another round of applause, please. Permit me to correct myself when I was introducing the chairman of the steering committee, it's part of. I forgot to mention that he is now the director of special duties in the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency. My apologies, sir. I still thought he was still my organ, so I totally forgot. So permit me to recognize him in the capacity as Director of Special Duties, Nigerian Airspace Management Agency. Round of applause, please. Yes, we are moving at a very good speed. Hopefully there won't be any detour or any unforeseen circumstances, so that we can get to the cruising level and get our destination on time. The next thing on our program of events will be goodwill messages from NATCA, FCAN, and NAAPE. While the representatives are getting ready to be called up, I want you to turn to your neighbor. You're not going to say neighbor. Turn to your neighbor and say, how are you doing? And if you're saying somebody you know, that's not right. You're supposed to mingle, even though you're not single. So turn to your neighbor, say good morning and welcome. Give a handshake. I hope you have your card. Yes. That's the one before. Yes. And prepare to exchange your card. Make sure you sit down with your new friends. That's the whole idea. Let's get to know ourselves. I think it's a homecoming for all of us. Right? Yes. So the ice has been poured. That's the good one. So all my neighbors, how are you doing? Yes, that's a good one. You can tell everybody, yes. Stand up and say hi to someone you don't know before. Start the conversation. And the next 1 minute for us sit down. Okay, that's nice, that is nice. Thank you all, thank you all. One house, one house. I can see all the smiles, all the back slapping and all the thumbs up. That is beautiful. That is why we are one. That's why we are one. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Five November, Bravo, uniform November. How do you read me? Say it again, all. Okay, thank you, thank you. We have in our midst a representative of the NIMED DG in the person of Professor Vincent Walla, who is the Weather Forecasting Services Director, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm mistaken, please correct me, sir. Come forward, sir. Thank you very much for your presentation. You guys are our greatest helpers and at the same time our greatest enemies.
We're not enemies.
Thank you very much. I need to talk. Come on, listen here, sir. Thank you very much. We are with the president of the chief of staff, who is on his way. Once he comes in, will be duly recognized. Permit me to call on the representative of NASCA to come give us the good message. You have 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. The time starts now.
Members of the high table, invited guests, members of the press, good morning. My name is Ahmed Abudelu. I'm the deputy president of the Nigerian Air Traffic Controllers Association, representing the president, Mr. Bayomi Agro. And he asked me to deliver a short message on his behalf. So this speech is from the president of the Nigerian Air Traffic Controllers Association. Because the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, ably presented by the Directors, Special Duties of FAAN, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Director General CE NCA, presented by Engineer Godwin Bala, Managing Director CE, now represented by the Director of Air Traffic Services, Mr. John Tayo, the Managing Director of CE FAAN, the Commissioner AIB, ably represented, Rector CAT, Director General C. NIMET, ably represented, and the Director ATS Air Force, represented by Air Commodore Victor Ajiboye, Commander NADC Lagos, MD CEOs Airlines, gentlemen of press, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by welcoming us all to this interactive session of the ATC Pilot Forum. This session has held its inaugural session in 2019, with 2020 being the last time we were able to gather here and engage ourselves with the business of discussing air navigation safety. We could not hold this meeting between 2021 and 2023 due to some unforeseen circumstances. However, I've been assured that we have weathered the storm, and this year's interactive session with the theme, Building Safety Capabilities for the Future, which promises to be all-encompassing, should tell us the importance we place on the future of our industry. This third session promises to be very informative and engaging, as the steering committee has been able to build an arsenal of very crucial, current and relevant topics to be x-rayed by this meeting, with a view to providing recommendations from standards and industry best practices to our policymakers and for the industry. As I welcome you all to this all-important meeting of our forum, I must also acknowledge the unflinching and unwavering commitment of the Forum Steering Committee, ably chaired by Alhaji Ahmed Abba MNI, with the dedication and zeal that his team has been pursuing the assignment we mandated them. I would also like to appreciate the support and guidance that the Forum enjoys from the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Barrister Festus Kiyamo, SAM, the Permanent Secretary, and all Chief Executives of Aviation Parastatals. This meeting is strictly a meeting to engage, collaborate, and provide workable solutions that the frontline professionals have been grappling with. So I beg for your indulgence to allow me digress to highlight some of the issues that are human factors in nature and can impinge on the overall safety levels in the air navigation service system. Air traffic management is undergoing a considerable change. The rate of change and number of areas of change are also increasing, while the quantum of resources available to attend to these new or emerging challenges are becoming more and more constricted due to government policies. I will get to that in a moment. From our engagement with NAMA, NCR, even from the ministry, we have observed and must acknowledge that the challenge of just maintaining the already deployed air navigation service solutions based on the aviation system block upgrade, that is the ASBO framework, are also being degraded due to scarce and constricted sources of revenue available to the agencies. Our main goal as a professional body is the continued promotion of safety, efficiency, and regularity in both the domestic and international air navigation, as well as to assist and advise our authorities in the development of safe ATC systems. It is also encompassing challenges to keep up a high standard of knowledge and professional efficiency, a high moral and ethical standard among air traffic controllers, and also to closely cooperate with international and national aviation authorities and institutions concerned with air navigation in promoting and enhancing safety of flight operations. We must also note that the evolution of enabling technologies as supported by us will not tarry and wait for us to allow us play catch-ups. So we need to act, and act now with determined focus. We have made and will continue to make our concerns known to the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, the Director General of the NCAA, the Air Navigation Service Provider, NAMA, and as the situation has warranted, describing our concerns and suggesting appropriate actions. We intend to continue on this trajectory of constructive engagement. As a dedicated body, it is very important that we decide at this point what further action that we deem is necessary, if any, and if so, what, how, when, and where to start to review or to evaluate. We hope that this session will give us the opportunity to express our collective concerns as affected professional groups and to protect our profession and promote efforts to keep pace with the challenges and developments that lie ahead. It should also avail our system managers and policymakers of our constructive inputs as critical stakeholders. Permit me, therefore, to highlight some of our critical challenges from the ATC perspective. 1. Dearth of requisite technical manpower and inadequate human capital development, most especially in NAMA. The type of manpower being recruited into NAMA are completely at variance with the real needs of the agency as an air navigation service provider. A holistic evaluation of the staff strength of the agency on a department by department or director by director basis in line with the core mandate of the agency as well as the standard template accepted by the Civil Air Navigation Service Organization Council and industry best practice needs to be embarked upon without delay. Number 2, 50% deduction of IGR. As an agency of government, NAMA and the other aviation agencies are continuously handicapped to undertake implementation of critical and time-constrained programs or projects because of the government policy on deduction of 50% at source of internally generated revenue of this sector. The Honorable Minister, sir, as a very key interested party to the survival and development of the vision of this administration and the need to uphold and promote Nigeria's position in the world stage, we beseech you to use your good office to revise this policy as it affects these safety sensitive and critical sectors, like NAMA and the other sister agencies. We sincerely believe that with the reversal or a section given to this sector, we will be able to achieve some mileage in addressing some of the financial burdens of the sector. 3. Staff welfare. As we have always acknowledged the efforts of NCA, NAMA, NSIB, and other agencies, management, whenever they show good faith with us, we however have some identified and impactful areas that genuinely affect our members and have yet to be addressed. Staff welfare issues are a complex mix, and any attempt at cherry picking or deviation from addressing these issues systematically will fail and in some instances cause further distortion to the overall system. Our members, who are air traffic controllers, work under a strict regime of operations and usually may contract with some health challenges on the job. We have reviewed the provisions of the Workers' Compensation Act and concluded that it has failed to adequately address our members' welfare concerns. We hope the Honourable Minister will favorably and constructively engage us to be able to address these shortfalls. for the newly released condition of service. The Honorable Mr. Sir, as an interested party, we want to appreciate the effort of this government and most especially the Honorable Minister himself, who has facilitated the release of 2012 version as amended of the staff condition of service for the agencies. We are, however, not in possession nor have cited a approved clean copy of the document. Suffice it to state categorically here that through several engagement and collaboration with managements of the agencies, we have made observations and constructive inputs to address some of the lapses observed. We hope that these concerns have been adequately addressed in order to foster any industrial impulse. Mr. Chairman, sir, permit me to thank the Honorable Minister for graciously receiving us in audience at his office and even with his tight schedule, accept to delegate the Director of Special Duties of the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria to represent me here. I would also like to appreciate the Permanent Secretary for his fatherly rules and guidance, the head of all aviation agencies, and all invited guests that were able to attend this meeting today. We are grateful and we thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Round of applause. Please, I would crave your indulgence. Please move forward and let's fill up this vacant space in the middle so that people who come in will not have to walk and distract other people. Please, can we do that quickly? And because we are streaming live, I want to appeal to our fellow family members online. The housekeeping rule applies to you too. Please mute your microphone so that we don't have interferences and disrupt our flow. Thank you very much, sir. The representative of the NATCA president is the person of AA Bello for that wonderful speech and prayer. Permit me to call on the representative of FAAN to come forward and give their good message. Captain Lani, thank you very much. Isn't she lovely? Let's clap for her. When I go try for me to go, I will help her guys. If I were you, I will comply. She's beautiful, she's smart, she knows it all. Yes, I'm going to say that she knows our onions, and she's here to tell us how wonderful this forum is and why we should all kick in. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. To the honorable minister of the represented, the chairman of this occasion, members of the high table, members of the press, airline representative, NCA representatives, and invited guests, you're all welcome to this forum this morning. The Flight Crew Association and a gifted and skilled body of pilots still standing strongly behind our objectives, our commitments and aims all get towards the interests of the Nigerian pilots in Nigeria. As we all know, community building is everyone's joint task. It entails the whole body, all represented here, and other bodies not here. Everyone's joint task to build the aviation industry to the standard and the aims and objectives as we all have made aware to the general public. These objectives can only be achieved. They cannot be achieved without the joint effort of the bodies here. Daily challenges arise in achieving this, ranging from safety down to even the crew welfare and the welfare of other participating bodies here. These challenges, we are assured that this forum, with everyone represented here, we can deliberate and come to some educated and sustainable means to which we can achieve these objectives. And with the panel seated at the table, the chairman of this occasion, and with everyone represented here, we want to thank you and hope we can meet and participate and ensure that our meeting here will be fruitful. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Well, that was very, very brief, but quite encompassing. Thank you, Captain Lani, for that concise and precise good message. Permit me to call on the representative of NAAPE, is the person of Comrade Wale Adeluga. And I can see them passing the baton. Ebon, do the needful, sir. Thank you, sir. I know him to be a very passionate speaker, so I'm going to stand here and make sure it takes that 5 minutes. Or you bribe me.
I won't take more than 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Permit me to stand on the existing protocols. And let me proceed for the records that I'm neither a pilot nor an air traffic controller. I am a messenger and servant of the people. As a pensioner in Nama, I know for a fact that the singular professionals from Nama who suffer more or most are air traffic controllers. That's a fact. Aside the fact that they are not being well paid, they suffer environmental degradation arising from very unhealthy offices where they operate from, lack of communication equipment, which also affects the pilots. And sadly, I was reading a piece yesterday, written by one Wole Shadari in The Punch, about Nama, navigational aids, challenges, and prospects. Please, have a copy and go through. It seems we are both on the same page in these matters. As NAPE, who is a partner in this venture, my president has directed that I assure all of us here that we are 100% ready with full capacity to support this cause and follow NATCA and pilots to the highest level that they require to go in ensuring that we don't suffer some of the challenges we are facing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving me 2 minutes of your time. I can still see some empty seats here. Please, can we move forward? It's for our own good, so that people coming in do not have to walk, and distract us. There are empty seats here. The first will never be the last. The first will always be the first. From my program of events for today, next is the address by the special guest of honor, Captain Chris Najumo, the acting DG CAA, ably represented by my Director of Aerodrome and Airspace Standards, the person of Engineer Godwin Balance. Round of applause, please.
The Honorable Minister, I beg to stand on established protocol. I have to say I'm very passionate about safety, and I felt very thrilled, to be invited to this occasion. Actually, I'm standing in for the Director General, and he was in the interest of the Honorable Minister, that I've traveled out to go and seek solutions, to some of the issues that we're here gathered about to talk. Pilots, air traffic controllers, they are at the forefront of dispensing aviation safety. So many people are involved in delivery of safety, but the actual dispensation, of safety is actually done, in the cockpit and at the air traffic controllers. See. I've structured, I don't have any prepared speech, but I've structured what I want to communicate as a goodwill message from the acting Director General in 3. What is our baseline today? How do we want the future to look like? How will the future be? And then finally, what are we doing to get to that future? It's very important to look at the context. We as regulators, where we stand. We've carried out the statistics of fatalities recorded in the Nigerian aviation industry. Right from 1925, when the first aircraft landed in Kano, to date. And to be sincere, Nigeria has been the country that has had vibrant aviation activities. The statistics show that we recorded a total of about 1,500 fatalities all these years. You look at the statistics from the National Bureau of Statistics. On the road, we record an average of about 5,000 fatalities. And that context is not enough. The chairman of the forum, the chairman of NACA, they have captured the context, the difficult terrain under which we operate. They've talked of the difficulty in communication. They've talked of the difficulty with our nav aids. They've talked of the difficulties with respect to the surveillance equipment. It is against this background, it is in this context. It is in the context of sometimes getting to the workstation without a lift that controllers operate. It's in the same context, that the pilots fly. We've had very recent reports of near misses, whether it's in Kano or erratic equipment. So I want us to recognize with a round of applause the pilots and the air traffic controllers. For being able to deliver this 1,500, and one life is too much. But if you look at the context and compare to the other means of transportation, to be sincere, you cannot but applaud the gentlemen and women that are able to deliver on this safety record. We have aging
air traffic controllers, and I can go on and on and on. How does the future look like? Taken from the tip of this gathering. Building capabilities for the future. So I would imagine the future to be a future that all of these ugly pictures that I have painted are no longer existing. That is, we have a vibrant industry. The air traffic controller can comfortably go to their workstation and work with minimal stress. Pilots are in the cockpit. They don't have issues of communication, issues of separation, issue of glide slope not working the way, issues of working, So that is the future I see. But the future beyond that, we're just talking safety. We want a future where the key person we want to talk about, the focus here for me, we have a very large country, 1 million square kilometers. We have aerodromes that are highly underutilized. And then we have many people that could be flying and are not flying. We have a population of over 200 million. The statistics of 2022 have it that on the domestic front, 15 million persons fly free. And you will agree with me, each of us within a year will probably fly 4 to 5 times. So if you look at that, the actual number of people flying in the country are far less than 1 million. So there's a big potential. That is the future I'm seeing. The future where we have 10, 20 million people flying, where we have very busy airspace. Now, having said that, Honorable Minister, sir, permit me to salute your 5-point agenda. Yes, because you've actually spoken to the future. So you've designed a 5-point agenda around live wire, hardware, and software. So by software, the Honorable Minister has talked of effective safety regulations. On hardware is infrastructure. It's aerodrome infrastructure, is the communication, navigation, surveillance infrastructure, and so on and so forth. On livewire, you've talked of the people, human capacity, development. So I'm not surprised. You said this long time ago, but you can hear from the presentation of NACA, you can hear from presentation of the chair of the forum. They were talking of those particular challenges for which you've articulated, in your 5-point agenda. And all of that are not put together for nothing. We believe that once all those are put together, then we can now have the delivery of your 4th agenda, which is a vibrant domestic industry where we have many flights. And of course, that connects neatly into the 5th agenda of revenue generation. So thank you once again for this invitation. Definitely pass it on to one. Thank you very much. Thank you.
round of applause for the director, Erdman Estate Standard. He's a man that is very passionate about the 5 points agenda of the minister. And at every point in time, he seizes the opportunity to reiterate it. We are all safety conscious and will continually be as aviators. Permit me to recognize in our presence the representative of the Chief of Air Staff in the person of Commodore Victor Ajiboye, who is the Nigerian Air Defense Corps, Lagos. Commander, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I'm paying attention. Thank you very much. Yes. So, yes, that is the beauty of learning. You learn by unlearning and learning. So is Commander Sir. So thank you very much, the Director of Urban Airspace Standards, for the beautiful address from the Acting DG, Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. Permit me to welcome on stage Mr. John Tayo, the Director of ATS, representing the MD of NAMA.
The chairman of this forum, Mr. Abba Ahmed, MNI, the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Engineer Park, and DG NSID, be represented by Mr. Fafunkuwa. Please permit me to align myself with the established protocols. Some issues have been mentioned here that have direct impact on air traffic services. But the major one is capacity. Before I go into the MD's speech, Honorable Minister Sir, thank you for giving us the permission to employ air traffic controllers. As I'm talking to you now, we have 203 untrained air traffic controllers to address the manpower shortage. We are liaising with UNCAT for the training and the Air Force Training Center in Kaduna. On other issues of welfare, arising from this meeting 2 years ago or a year ago, we talked about welfare. And I can tell you the medical allowance for air traffic controllers have been increased 300%. Other issues of welfare that have been mentioned is being addressed by the NAMA management. I can tell you before the end of the year, we'll get there. Please put your hands together for that. And let me go directly into the MD's speech. I bring you greetings from the Managing Director, CE Engineer Farouk Ahmed Umar, and indeed the entire management and staff of the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency. The MD will have loved to be here today, but he is also engaged in another equally important function. You are aware that they are all in Paris trying to solve Nigeria's problem. However, he asked me to assure you of his commitment to support every aim at achieving maximum safety in our airspace. I want to thank the organizer of this program for this great effort. I'm aware that the Nigerian Air Traffic Control Association midwifed this initiative a few years ago, and it has matured to become a forum and voice where all issues and challenges bedeviling air navigation in Nigeria are fully discussed by the true users of the airspace. You will agree with me that some of the take-homes from the past session are already implemented, like I said, and are manifested positively in what we can physically see today in our airspace. Talk about Cat 3. Cat 3 was not there when we did this meeting here the other time. Thank you. to more suggestions that can assist in improving our services. The theme of this year's event, Building Safety Capabilities for the Future, clearly underscores the set target and commitment of the current management of NAMA under the able leadership of Engineer Farouk Ahmed Umar. Upon assumption of office, the NP outlined clear vision, focused on communication, airspace stability, and proactive approach to the challenge of power. As a matter of fact, the NP declared a state of emergency on power. This vision is anchored on ensuring that the 5-point agenda of the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development are met, Mr. Festus Piamo. Let me mention those agendas because we've been talking about those agendas, but we have not mentioned those agendas. So I'll mention so that you can key into what the Minister is talking about. 1, ensure strict compliance with safety regulations and continuous upward movement of Nigeria's rating by ICAO. Support for the growth and sustenance of local airline businesses while holding them to the highest international standards in the aviation industry. Improvement of infrastructure in the aviation industry. Development of human capacity within the industry. Optimizing revenue generation for the federal government. That is why they're in France now. More money for the area. Ladies and gentlemen, without missing words, the events of the past few weeks has evidently shown that the set visions are not just words. They are already being backed by actions at various levels. NAMA, as a body charged with the responsibility of providing a safe and orderly airspace structure, embarked on various strategies at keeping to our set goals. Our communication and navigation equipment are being upgraded to meet the required level and range. Our surveillance system are also going through various levels of upgrade. We have ensured the calibration of most of our navies in virtually all the airports in Nigeria. Right now, they are calibrating the ILS from 04. So public is not. My dear colleagues, let me mention to you that the number of projects that are inherited by current management are being reviewed to meet the needs of today and the future of ATC in Nigeria. We are in collaboration with sister agencies to ensure safety and regularity of flights in our airspace. One of the moves is the recent opening of runway 18 right, 36 left in Lagos. We were there for days with Engineer Balan and DG conducting inspections, where all the agencies of aviation collectively came together to achieve this. This has also been the spirit in terms of aircraft operations, clearances, no-time services, publication, etc. It is believed that this trend will be improved upon for better service delivery. I charge this noble gathering to extensively look at our airspace challenges with a view to suggesting sustainable solutions. As stated earlier, we are open to any suggestions that will enhance air safety capacity in our airspace. Once again, I welcome you all to this occasion and wish you all a very incisive and rewarding deliberation. Thank you very much.
Can we clap harder, please? I'm not doing that, but yes, exactly. He's not just my director, he is my elder brother, he's my boss, he's chatting a path you are following. He's the only person that gets you quaking on your seat during exams. Seeing is the entire is the beginning of wisdom in ATC. That's the truth. But there's something about him that I like. No matter how tense the situation is, he will make you laugh. You all laughed, right? When he said they were in Paris fixing Nigerian problem. He's a pawn, but we all got it. Yes. Thank you very much, sir, for that. We heard all you said. When I say we, that does not include me. I'm just a reporter. We heard what you said and we will communicate effectively. Thank you very much, sir. Round of applause for each and every one of us. Yes, it is getting a bit warm here because the discussion is getting more animated, it's getting more interesting. We are getting to the crux of the matter. So I have to go remove my views. So I'm not short though. Don't think I'm short. I just removed my views. I wanted to make sure I get to everybody that needed to speak and that we all moved around. That being said, we are getting to the icing. The icing on the cake for this. You know, you get invited to a guest house, right? You come in, you sit down, then you're looking at the dining table, everything is set there. And you're hungry, but you cannot eat because the guest is not saying, come to the dining table. So all you do is you keep swallowing your saliva. So the next person I'm going to call up is going to call us up to the dining table. So make sure you go in and dig in. When you dig in, don't look at his face. Eat as much as you can so that we can have enough power to ask him questions when the need arises. Permit me to call to the stage Mr. Henry Agbebire. I've actually admired him because of the way he was looking. Yeah, so when he stands up, please clap for him very well. Yes. Mr. Agbebire is representing the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development in the person of Festus Kayamo, SAN, CON, SCIARB, in bracket UK, clap for me. I did well. You get to give us a keynote address and declare this August meeting open. That means officially we are down to business. My pleasure, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, our amiable MC. Before I read a goodwill message, I must acknowledge the dynamism of the aviation industry and that we are always top in whatever we do. I like the forum and I think we should all give ourselves a round of applause. Let me also send the love of the minister and apologize profusely for his absence, and from what you all have heard, it's obvious there's no way he could make it to this event. But small and compact as this is an event the minister would like to be part of. And that's why he made sure he was ably represented and to ensure his presence, his spirit, his support is felt. And indeed, he's a man of his words and he wants to be part of whatever is going to happen in the next couple of days here. Whatever the report would be, he would like to get all of that to ensure we're able to carry forward the dreams and aspirations of air traffic control pilots. I will now go straight to his message. Distinguished guests, esteemed aviators, aviation stakeholders, and enthusiasts. Well, we've had a series of acknowledgements, so I would use the traditional way of saying, let me stand on the existing protocol. It is a great pleasure and honor that I address you today as the Nigerian Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development at the Air Traffic Controller Pilot Forum's third seminar and interactive session. The theme of this seminar, Building Safety Capabilities for the Future, underscores the paramount importance of safety in our aviation industry. As we gather here today, we recognize the dynamic nature of aviation and the ever-evolving challenges that accompany it. It is imperative that we remain steadfast in our commitment to enhancing safety standards and capabilities to ensure the well-being of all passengers and personnel involved in air travel. Throughout this forum, I believe you will have the opportunity to engage in expert insights, interactive sessions, networking opportunities, and panel discussions. It is through these collaborative efforts that we can identify innovative solutions and best practices to address the safety challenges of today and tomorrow. It is interesting to note that safety stands on top of my 5-point agenda for the aviation industry. And that's why this event is remarkable to me. As we strive to build safety capabilities for the future, it is crucial that we leverage advancements in technology, invest in training and education, at least now, and foster a culture of collaboration and continuous improvement within the aviation community. Together, we can create a safer and more resilient aviation industry that inspires confidence and trust among passengers and stakeholders. I would like to commend the organizers of this seminar for their dedication to advancing safety in aviation and bringing together professionals from across the industry to share knowledge and expertise. Your commitment to excellence is truly commendable, and I'm confident that this forum will serve as a catalyst for positive change and progress in our aviation sector. Finally, I urge you all to actively, during this seminar, participate in the discussions and exchange of ideas over the course of this event. Let us seize this opportunity to collectively shape the future of aviation safety in Nigeria and beyond. Please, this seminar should not just end as a talk shop, but should be a transformative platform for the much desired change we all crave in the aviation sector. I want to thank you. I want to wish you all a productive and enlightening experience at the Air Traffic Control Pilots Forum third seminar and interactive session. And I'm saying safe travels and blue skies ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, SAN, CON, hereby declare the third seminar and interactive session of the ATC Pilot Forum open. Thank you very much.
A round of applause, a round of applause. It is open. Can we say hooray? If I'm not talking, I have gifts. Serious, I have gifts. I was told to give everybody a gift. So when I talk and you don't talk, when it's time to give the gift, I will not give. I am that petty. I'm just playing your legs. But yes, I can't, but there's a way I feel when I'm in the midst of, it gives you that singular feeling of knowing that you matter because you surely matter. You're talking about safety in Nigerian airspace, and that you are a shareholder or someone that contributes to it should give you that kind of feeling that I'm doing something worthwhile. Not that it only puts food on my table or makes me relevant in the society, but because it ensures somebody else somewhere is safe to be able to cater for his family. So on that note, please, can you clap for yourself? Sincerely clap for yourself. There are normally that if nobody applauds me, I will applaud myself when we fell from the Europe tree. And the folk tale says that's why anytime you see the normally that is doing what? He's bumping his head. So please bump your head and say, I'm doing good. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time. I know we started late and we kept you to this time. But like I assure you, we just have a brief presentation of gift to our guests, and then we'll have a tea break, and then we'll continue with the business of the day. may I call the representative of the NSIB to please come on board to assist us in making these presentations. Now, come to the stage, please. Okay, the president of NAFTA, would have been ably represented by the deputy president, Ahmed Adamugan. May I call the representative of DG United, please come on board. Our next presentation is to Comrade Galadima Abednego, the president of NAPE. His representative, please come up. May I call the Commander, National Air Defense Corps, Air Commodore Victor Ejiboye. Please. Our next presentation is to the Chairman Steering Committee of the Flight Crew Association of Nigeria, Captain Robert Roland, ably represented by Captain Ladi. Please. May I call upon the representative of the Honorable Minister, earlier about the Director of Special Duties Fund, to please come on board to make this presentation. May I also invite the representative of the MD NAMA, Engineer Ahmed Umar Farouk, ably represented by the Director of Air Traffic Services, John Tyler. You still have two more presentations to make this. May I call the representative of the acting DG NCA, Captain Chris Konanelemo, by the Director of Aerodrome and Airspace, Engineer Godwin. May I call Joe Yahaya to please come and collect the flag for Distinguished Senator Captain Bala Nahala, who ought to be our chairman of the occasion, but he couldn't make it. Go ahead. No, sir. Honorable Minister, at least we want to give you a flag to recognize what you are doing, the wonderful things you are doing for the aviation industry. I have the honor to present this flag to the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mr. Chiamo, FAAN, CON.
My name is Henry Agbebire. I'm the Director of Special Duties, FAAN. I'm here representing the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo.
So, sir, how can you describe today's event, sir?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's a landmark one for about 3 years after COVID. The seminar, usually organized by the Air Traffic Controller Pilot Forum, was not held. So it's back in full force, and I'm glad it's well organized and people are well represented. Pilots, all stakeholders are here. Air traffic controllers are all here, and it's quite good. It's part of the vibrance we aspire to see in the aviation industry, and I love the camaraderie and sense of oneness in the whole. Right now, if you look at the 5-point agenda of the minister, safety is number one. So it's key. We just must continue to collaborative effort through training and retraining, through discussions of this magnitude, to begin to come with evolutionary ideas and strategy to get better. We are not doing badly, and so we just keep trying as much as possible to be a step ahead. And I believe Nigeria will remain on top in Africa when it comes to safety in aviation.
So, sir, what's your key takeaway from today's event?
Yeah, the key takeaway is I see the readiness and the willingness of aviation enthusiasts, aviation stakeholders to ensure we move a step forward, to ensure we improve a great deal in air traffic control. And that enthusiasm alone tells you the industry, the sector is getting more and more vibrant, and the sky is the limit for us. Thank you so much. All right.
I'm Mrs. Abdulkarim Blikis. I'm in estate unit under the HR&A.
What do you think the aviation industry can actually do to enhance or to ensure safety capabilities in future, ma?
Yeah, I think you should send more junior staff on the foreign training. At least for them to build the aviation. They should try and build the younger ones, not the elderly ones, but at least the younger ones. They should build them against the others so that it can become somebody. The aviation can become big in future.
So what's your key takeaway from today's event, ma?
Well, excellent.
Thank you very much, ma, for your time.
My name is Captain Issa Teimba Simon. I'm a member of the steering committee of FAAN, which is the Flight Crew Association of Nigeria.
So how can you describe today's event, sir?
The event is very interactive, it's very enlightening, and it has brought all stakeholders together to deliberate on the challenges of the industry. So it's a very lovely event that will yield very fruits.
How can you, as a pilot, ensure the safety of the public from one airport, flying from one airport to another, sir?
Okay, as a pilot, there are so many things that go in before we take off, and safety is always our watchword. One of it is we ensure that the weather is okay, we ensure that the aircraft is serviceable, we ensure that we are well rested, and we are well trained and qualified for the various approaches we are going to shoot. Safety is the number one watchword of every pilot.
So what are your expectations from the aviation industry in regards to safety, sir?
I'm expecting that the safety margin will increase. We've heard from the representative of the director of the NCA on the number of incidences and accidents that have happened in this industry since the inception of aviation, since the first time the first aircraft landed in Kano in Nigeria. And it has also put us on a very good note coming from all the years. So we expect this number to reduce drastically, and that's the reason why we are all here today.
So what role do you think the aviation industry can actually play to ensure the safety, to ensure it?
To ensure it has to be under compliance. You know, we don't just have rules and regulation. It needs to be implemented, and the inspectors in the various agencies need to make sure that these rules and regulations are implemented and respected, and safety is the number one watchword.
So what's your key takeaway from today's event, sir?
Safety is always number one and is always the watchword. That's my key take.
Thank you very much, sir.
The energy. You get it.
You get it? And then the number of people involved in delivering this safety, they're so numerous. So you have air traffic controllers giving directions to the aircraft on the ground. Then you have the pilots. Then you have the engineers. There are so many people that come into this game to make sure that you fly safely. So it's a very complex operation. You get it? But yes, very, very safe. Aviation tends to carry a false sense of being unsafe, but I bet you this is probably the safest means of transport. If you look at the speed, the weight of the aircraft, the speed at which it moves, it's mind-blowing. You almost don't believe it. Like I say for Nigeria, the statistics that have it there, from 1925 that the first aircraft landed in Kano, to date, the total number of fatalities or deaths that have been recorded is about 1,500 in total. For all these years that we've been flying. I know one life is too much to lose, but when you compare to the lives we lose in hospitals, in car accidents are like 5,000 per year. But the whole of the history of aviation in Nigeria, and it's not like Nigeria is not an active aviation player, it's a big player for many years. We had a terminal. Nigeria did big operation. They had a whole terminal in JFK, a whole terminal. So this is a country that has actually done well. In aviation. They have the College of Aviation Technology that was set up to train professionals. So most of the pilots, most of our air traffic control, most of our engineers, they were all trained locally here. So, and then coming back today, you look at what the Minister of Aviation is doing, supported by the Director General of the Civil Aviation. I'm talking of the SAAN, Festus Keyamo. He has a beautifully crafted 5-point agenda to provide regulatory safety oversight, to make sure that there's compliance with safety regulatory rules, to make sure that the right infrastructure is provided for the industry, to make sure that there's human capacity development, and to make sure that that we promote development of domestic airlines. And all of that, if you put them together, the fifth agenda can now assure that we generate great revenue. And it can only get better for this country. And he's doing everything to just make sure, that those regulatory frameworks are put in place. Now, if you look at NCAA, I said, aviation is an international business. You don't just do it the Nigerian way, you do it the international way. So there are 8 critical components that NCAA uses to provide great safety oversight for the industry. So we have the legislation, we have the 2022 Act, we have the Civil Aviation Regulation, the Critical Element 2, that's NICHCAS 2023. We have a wonderful organization in NCA. It has the headquarters now in Abuja, and it has 5 regional offices, just to make sure that NCA is close to the people and to the service providers. You get it. Then it has high quality, qualified technical personnel. That's critical element. Then it has the technical guidance material that give guidance on how inspectors should actually carry out. So all of this, they call them the establishment critical elements. So once the inspectors have that, they now go into implement them. So the first point of the implementation is critical element 6, which is certification. Certification of whether it's airlines or approved maintenance organization or airports or air navigation service providers. And then once they do that, then they go into the state of surveillance to make sure that those certified entities maintain the standard. And then in the course of the surveillance, if they observe anything that is deviating from the standard, they effect what we call the resolution of safety concerns.
You get it? Then you keep the system in place. So even though the main object, the central risk, the central object that carried a lot of risk is the aircraft that I told you have that weight and moving at that speed, is kept in control. And and it's thanks to that numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie. What happens is that people are afraid, when this aircraft crashes, what will happen? Yes, of course, the consequence of crash is that the likelihood of people surviving is very, but it doesn't happen every day. You get it? And why doesn't it happen every day? It's because of the professionalism and the structures that have been put in place.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. All right, sir. So what's your take-home keynotes? What are your take-home keynotes, sir?
From here, from here is that I want to encourage what the air traffic controllers and pilot forum has done is provision of a platform where discussions can be held. And we have the people. We have the people that have been trained in this country, that have flown in this country, that have worked in this country, but they have the information only in silos. So the take home here for me is it's a platform where they exchange ideas, so that all those things that are locked up in people's mind, people can share, and then they can equalize, and then the industry can become just better, And then, they can articulate whatever they have there and make suggestions to the government, and then the government can, even amend policies to make the industry to further flow. We have 200 and something million people in Nigeria. Less than a million probably are flying, So we have a big market, and we have very active population that are not lazy. They want to move, So, but then what happens is that they are flying with other international airlines. Like the minister says, he wants domestic airlines to increase. Let that happen, so that even people in the villages that have not flown before will have the opportunity to fly. And then we can unleash the economy of this country. Aviation is a catalyst.
Thank you very much, sir, for your time, sir.
Thank you too.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that question, and I want to thank the ATC Pilot Forum for this invitation. Having said that, it's important again to look at, as a regulator, to look at the context in which a civil aviation authority operates. So, civil aviation authorities are subject to making regulations that are in compliance with international standards. So the International Civil Aviation Organization is the specialized agency of the United Nations that sets the standards to which we have to comply with. So they have what they call the convention, the Chicago Convention, that has articles, 96 articles, that control how aviation should be run. And particularly Article 44 of that convention mandates ICAO, to develop standards to ensure the orderly development of civil aviation. To do that, they have what they call the standards and recommended practices, documented in documents they call ICAO annexes, and there are 19 of those annexes. Annex 1 is personnel licensing. The latest one is the annex on safety management system. So I have to say here, because it's very important to see the evolution of ICAO. You would guess from the very first annex, which is Annex 1 on personnel license, that was the first annex they produced, because that was what they needed to focus on. Now, Annex 19 is safety management.
So if you look at the whole spectrum of the annexes, it represents how they respond to changes in how safety management should be. So I have to say, on broad that, I think that's a big take home that I need to say here. The regulations that we've had before now are what they call prescriptive regulations. And they dealt with design of aircraft and all the human factors issues that we had. Accidents were very many. Now accidents are very few. But you still have to manage safety within the industry. So that's why they came about the implementation of the state safety program that requires service providers to implement safety management system. So it's no longer management of accidents, but management of safety from a proactive. So if you look at our regulations now, based on the state safety program principle and safety management principle, they are more performance-based regulation. That's the big take-home out of it. So the promotion you are going to see and what we are doing is a big promotion for the implementation of safety management system by service providers. And the big one that we have an instrument that is very clear on that is the system that the state introduced. They call it the National Safety Reporting System. They call it SMS Pro. And I need to recognize NAMA. NAMA has been ahead in terms of participation in this tool. Because this is a tool that connects the whole industry. You know, so I want to just start with that.
Engineer Balang, now you are telling us, so you are saying into the future, if you want to build capacity in terms of safety, safety management system is key.
Yes, yeah, safety management is key.
So how is NCAA, the regulator, trying to enforce that in operators? Because you will find out that safety management, like on the air traffic management side, centered mainly in air safety reports, investigations. Most of those investigations, after the investigation has been carried out, the report written, the implementation of the recommendations in that reports, you find they are hardly implemented. What will NCAA be doing? Because if SMS is going to improve capacity in the future in terms of safety, then the implementation of safety recommendations must be followed up for the target level of safety to be achieved.
So that's a very important point that you brought out right here now. You know, actually, this safety management system, actually, you can't really jump into the proactive state of this safety management without having developed your capabilities of how to manage even, you know, the incidents that you record today. So in Nigeria today, just as mandated by ICAO, the Civil Aviation Authority and the Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau, they are the two government agencies that are mandated to promote the implementation of safety management or the state safety program. To that end, you would notice that we had quite a number of accidents, and then we had quite a number of investigations. But the investigations, you know, they were done and then there was no proper follow-up. About 4, 5, 6 years ago, the NSB, the NSIB, then the AIB did something very profound that was worth noting. So they had to go back to the archive, pick up all the investigations, the accidents that had happened, the ones that for which the investigation was not concluded. They had to conclude all of those investigations, and then they formed a committee that went through went over the whole country to engage both the NCAA and engage the service providers that were involved in one incident or the other. You get it? And they came out with the report. Is there any NCAA staff here? Any NCAA staff here? Yeah, please, if there's any NCAA staff, you can go to the library. There's a blue investigation report, that came out, which compiled all the accident investigation report, from the beginning of when they started till when this particular task force was made, to go around to look at that. Now, after that, there was need to now create an institution that is sustainable. I was honored to be one of the members of that new committee. After clearing the previous investigation, now form a new committee that meets periodically for new accident investigation safety recommendations that come up, and then NCA and NSIB sit periodically. I'm part of that. So now, I think gone is the day where safety recommendations, are no longer dealt with.
Okay, that's a challenge you, sir. Thank you, yes. Engineer Balang. Let me go to Professor Vincent. Sir, I know NIMET or there's meteorology in general is quite broad. But to us in aviation, I remember as trainee air traffic controllers at the college, we were told weather is a signpost. And it is not very friendly with the pilots. So for that, we as air traffic controllers, whenever weather is coming, it is that moment that you are agitated, that you are unsettled, because handling of traffic is going to be a bit more difficult, a bit challenging. In fact, in other clients, you discover that flights will have to be cancelled because the air traffic management system may not cope with that, the usual level of traffic that it would have handled because of weather, which adds to the complexity of the traffic. So as a major player in aviation, in terms of aeromet and forecasting, is something that helps us to do what we call strategic planning in air traffic management. We don't have that level of traffic, but generally you will discover that you need information about the future, about what weather is going to be maybe tomorrow. Then you plan for your operations today. What is NIMET doing as a role player in the safety of aviation, especially in Nigeria, in helping us to know? Maybe let me give an example, like you will discover aircraft will get airborne going to, let's say, Maiduguri. Midway, the visibility will reduce, and you end up having aircraft diverting to other stations. Some will have to sleep, pass the night, especially if it's international flights. That is on the economic side, but safety-wise also, what is NIMET doing towards enhancing forecast of weather so that the air traffic management part of aviation can now plan and probably reduce the impact of weather in air traffic management?
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to thank the organizers of this program. I'm here to represent my DG. I'm the Director of Weather Forecasting Services. And of course, you agree with me that everything that has to do with flying the aeroplane is weather related. And these weather related issues are natural to the extent that it is not under the control of any man. And so, weather conditions are so dynamic that it changes in splits of seconds. And for us in NIMET, in weather forecasting, we have tried to acquire relevant equipment that will enable us forecast the weather, what it ought to be. And of course, we give 30 minutes information. Even when we give you 3 days forecast, but we know that that 3 days forecast may not be exactly 100% because no one can control the weather. But what we continue to do is to watch it keenly. My staff work 24/7 monitoring weather conditions so that we continue to report to the traffic controllers so that they can also report, send same to the pilots. And so for us, improving our equipment is key to providing reliable, efficient, and timely weather information. Also, retraining of our staff is also very, very key because we discovered that if a staff has been trained on how to use a particular software, and of course, before the end of a particular year, they are getting another type of software that will enhance and be better than the previous. And so, the responsibility is on us to continue to train and retrain. Because, the weather-related industry is so dynamic that it changes with time. And we must continue to follow those changes for us to remain relevant. And so far, so good. I must say that my forecasters and observers have been doing a very great job. Just as the director noted, accident has reduced. The only thing that we cannot control so much is diversion, delays, or cancellation, because we will tell you what the weather is. At night, it's left for the pilot to take his decision. But we must tell you what it is. And if we fail to tell you what it is, then we'll have a lot of issues. But we will continue to do that as long as we remain. And we are doing that in the industry to ensure that safety is guaranteed. Because our work borders on safety of life and properties. And so that we'll continue to do, given the current relationship that we have. And of course, in doing this, it's not that we don't have challenges. We are not 100% there yet. And these are high-tech equipments that we are not producing in Nigeria. We get some of these equipments, almost all of them abroad. And the dealers of these equipments, they have franchise. They can be the company representative in Africa, or in West Africa, for example. So it's not that you go to the market and you have varieties of companies to use. But even when you go to the parent company abroad, they will refer you to their representative in your country or in your region that you have to deal with. So these are some of the challenges. But we have continued to see how we can surmount them to continue to give timely, reliable, and efficient weather information.
Thank you, Prof. And you talked about 30 minutes forecast, 30 minutes weather reports. And I know, if I'm not mistaken, there is a project about a weather radar that ought to be at some airports. And I believe that would have improved in given the air traffic controllers and maybe relate to the pilots, the actual weather, the movement of weather, and it would improve in the safety of the airspace. Where is that project now, and is there any hope that?
Thank you very much. For us as NIMED, we have looked at that Doppler weather radar, stuff, and it's heavy for us as an agency. Of course, as we took over office recently, we've discovered that that project is capital intensive. And so our plan is to take it back to the ministry for intervention of the ministry or the government, or to take it to FEC or whatever, so that they need to intervene, because we can't carry it as an agency. It's very, very capital intensive. But you agree with me that if you have that Doppler weather radar in all our airports, then our job will be made very simple. So
Yes,
I quite agree
very,
that's
very
going to be simple, and it will be simpler for us.
Yes.
Because it will not be streamed, we will not be able to see it in the air traffic control.
Yes, so let's collaborate together and take this project back to the ministry so that let's get it done and so that our work.
I think it's
will-
something
will
that
get
this
done.
forum can do, and we can write to the ministry.
Good.
And, request. Thank you very much for that
Thank you.
insight. I now come to the operators, those that are up there, the Captain Simon. Yes, I was Simon. Oh, I was a station calling. And well, Captain, as a pilot, seasoned pilot for that matter, when in our forum we have been discussing about safety issues, safety enhancements, and what needs to be done. I would like to say on our own side, as air traffic managers, in air traffic management, we have developed some safety enhancement procedures. For example, I know for almost 20 years, NAMA had developed PBR routes, Genesis approaches, and we believe those procedures are going to improve capacity and health safety in the airspace. But from what we are getting, from what we are saying, is either some of these airlines do not have the certification to fly those kind of procedures, or their crew have not been trained for such kind of procedures, or probably because I think there was a time a pilot says, we don't have PBM procedures. Say, no, we have PBM procedures. We have seal and stamps. So I believe is in terms of training of crew, air crew, what is the required synergy between us as planners, air traffic managers, and those that operate up there? Because it appears there is a gap in communication, what we believe we have and had not been asked or demanded from us. We've already provided, but have not been utilized.
Okay, thank you very much. As you all know, he said sometimes I refer to myself as station calling, and I'm very vocal on the pilots ATC platforms. I'm here representing all the pilots out there because we happens to be the foot soldiers of the aviation industry. When it comes to safety, we are the last bus stop. When there is a cheese board SMS, for those of you that have done some SMS programs, there's a policy of cheese balls, and they say when the light passes through the cheese balls all the way to the end, then an accident happens. And the last hole in that cheese balls is the pilots. When we don't block that hole, then we become famous in the sense that wherever there's an incident or there's an accident, wherever you are in the world, it makes headlines. You can say, okay, because an accident happened in Owerri, so you won't hear about it in US. Immediately an aircraft overruns the runway in Owerri, you are in US, all the news agencies will pick it. So safety is the watchword of pilots. We even have an analogy that we say, when you wake up every day as a pilot, before you report to work, you ask yourself, am I safe to fly? And that question is very broad. It even goes as far as for some people that are married, if you have issues with your wife and you're not in the right frame of mind, you are bound to call operations and say, I don't feel like I'm okay to fly today. But once you accept and sign the report of accepting the aircraft, the onus now lies on you as a pilot to make sure the flight is operated within all safe parameters. Having said that, the pilots are the only ones sitting here that don't have IGRs. What I mean is we don't have internal generated revenue. And it's capital intensive to be a pilot. You spend thousands and thousands of US dollars and millions of Nigerian naira to become a pilot. And you don't stop there. You have to train and retrain. And all the training are buttressed on safety. You have to know your machines, the one you're operating on. And for the sake of clarity, being a pilot is like if you're driving a Toyota Corolla and you want to go and drive a Mercedes-Benz, you have to go for a course again that costs millions and millions of naira. Because you have to know the equipment first, then you have to know how to liaise with NCAA, NIMET, NAMA, and all the aviation agencies in order to operate your flight successfully from point A to point B. I say this, what I mean by this is, you go to NIMET for weather. You must have weather minimums for your departure, your destination, and your alternate. So you are almost like a jack of all trades. You go to NAMA, you have to go and file your flight plan and make sure that all the charges are being paid. You know, I happen to be someone that have passed through the airline process, I passed through the corporate process, and I passed through the charter process. So at the end of the day, the pilot is the last bus stop. For the charter process, you even have to go and file the flight plan yourself as the pilot, while making sure your aircraft is in good condition. All the documentation on board are good, because at any time you see somebody with a red ID card coming to say, "How are you doing today, pilot?" And I mean, those are the NCA inspectors that have a checklist, and they are not there to look at you and smile with you and make sure, oh no, if you don't have, they are having a checklist to make sure they catch you. They are not coming there to come and smile with you or to come and encourage you that, do have a lovely flight today. They are coming to look, what is it on board the aircraft that you don't have? So as a pilot, you have to make sure those documentations are not just on board, but they are up to date. Now, you also have to go to other agencies, just not to waste so much time. But the watchword for the pilot is safety is number one watchword. And sometimes the passengers might not like us, especially the airline pilots, because they come in late and then you decide that it's time to go, you close your doors and you go. And they don't like that because they feel you should have waited for them. But you are operating within certain rules and regulations. You're trying to protect even your operators, because the NCA also has the customer protection side of them that they are looking to hammer on the airlines. And the airlines will ask, who operated that flight? The captain of the flight will have to be called to answer questions that are not even supposed to be his responsibility. So it's anonymous being a pilot. So we have to make sure that safety procedures are being implemented, and we have to always keep ourselves up to date, because safety is always evolving on a daily basis. So we have to keep ourselves up to date. And we have to also write reports and compare the operators who don't want to spend this money, because for you to be up to date with safety procedures is expensive. Sometimes most of these courses are not done here in Nigeria. Some of them are done online and they are being paid in dollars. Let's say you want to do an SMS course now, or you want to do a dangerous goods course. You will be paying flight safety or CAE a minimum of $200 per course, and that's online. Now imagine an operator that has 50 to 100 pilots, and all of them have to be compliant. You are not just talking about SMS, and there are a whole lot of other courses that we do to enhance safety on a daily basis. So it's actually capital intensive for the operators. And most of them will shy away from it. They will ask you, can't we do without this? Aren't you just flying to Maiduguri? What do you need to have a Cat 3 training for? This is where the question comes in. And it's up to the regulators to make sure that these trainings are done. Yes, we have category 3. We have all the procedures here. We, the pilots, most of the times when we go for our recurrent training every 6 months or 1 year, we are being trained on all this equipment. When we come, we have been shouting that we need these implementations. We need to practice what we have been taught. But the requests have fallen on the shortcomings of other parastatals, which is the NCA, the FAAN, and the NAMA. I can tell you categorically clear now that there is no aircraft in Nigeria right now that will do a Cat 3 approach to minimum. Why? Because they need the collaboration of FAAN and NAMA. There are certain equipment that have to be working. There is what we call special visibility. Special procedures have to be enforced. And to enforce those special procedures, I bet you FAAN has not even trained their staff for those procedures to protect the ILS critical areas, to protect movement, and all kind of procedures that have to be in place before you enforce that procedure. They have to be an 80s telling the pilots coming in that there's special procedures in force, and so many other things. But with the pilots, the Nigerian pilots, irrespective of all these challenges, we are still doing our best to enhance and keep safety at the highest paramount. Hence, the director the representative of the DG of NCA giving a statistic of the number of accidents and incidents since the inception of aviation in Nigeria being drastically that low compared to other places in the world. You know, we have to work with all this crude equipment and make sure we perform. I won't just put the blame on all the other parastatals, but I will also say we pilots, we sometimes understand that their hands are also tight, and they're also working with the crude equipment, and we all have to work together to create a synergy to enhance safety.
So Captain is saying
safety is number one.
From the perspective of the pilots, while they have a lot to do, there is lack of enforcement either from operators or from regulators. But I wanted to ask, as flight crew, now, like I said earlier, we are moving into the new era of aviation. We have autonomous, maybe, will I call them flying objects? We have autonomous machines that into the future, we are bound to see aircraft that will be flying themselves as UAVs, ARPAs. I was just watching a YouTube video by FAA that next gen is even looking into moving some of the responsibilities of separation of aircraft onto the cockpit through ADSB. So what is being displayed on the radar scope of the air traffic controller, it might be displayed on the cockpit. And to me, that is going to add additional burden to the flight crew. So how prepared are we? Because that is the future. And whether we like it or not, we'll be moving towards that. TCAS is in the cockpit. Now ADSB may find itself into the cockpit. You'll now be looking out for traffic that are going to be traffic to you as a flight crew. How well do you think will be positioned as Nigerian pilots or operators to key into the future? Because that is the future, and that is the safety concerns would have to be addressed even now as we move into the future. I need a quick answer so that we can round up this session.
Hey, thank you very much. What I would say is we Nigerian pilots, we are very versatile and well knowledge. We don't just fly Lagos, Abuja, Kano. We operate flights into category 3 airspaces. We go to the US, to Europe, and for us to be able to fly into those airspaces, we are keeping ourselves abreast of the trainings of those airspaces. Because you can't fly into somebody's airspace if you have not readily studied and understood how they operate. We have also been exposed to EDSBs, and we have been using it. At one point on our forum, we were even complaining that at one point Kanu was down, and people couldn't even connect to Lagos. We pilots, we are always ready, and we are always moving with the latest technology. talking about UAVs flying, it will interest you to know that wherever UAV you're seeing flying has a pilot sitting somewhere controlling it. And that pilot is well trained with the airspace, with the regulations that the UAV is flying. So we have to keep ourselves abreast of that. People have tried, technology have tried to remove the pilot from the cockpit. Some have said instead of having two pilots, let's have one. Some years back, even Ryanair tried to sponsor such a program in the name of trying to cut costs. But the pilots are still here for now, and we are going to be here for a very long time because nobody wants to enter a plane that is being remotely controlled by somebody somewhere, you know. So for that, we are always aware, and we are ahead of the technology, and we're always ready to welcome it. It all buttress on Nigeria now, if Nigeria is ready to implement those advanced procedures, which still comes back to NCAA, NAMA, FAAN, and NIMET.
Thank you very much, Captain. So let me go to the next discussant in the person of Haske Jibrin. And sir, from the air traffic management or air navigation service provision aspect of aviation, we are now looking into moving into the future of aviation, particularly with air traffic controllers having to manage the traffic around. And now, like I said earlier to Captain Simon, we are now on the verge of having a mixture of manned and unmanned airplanes in our airspace. We have issues with procedures that we have designed which have not been implemented, or they have not been operated, probably due to training, due to regulatory issues, and even the future, like in ADSB, that we have been talking about, maybe a replacement or a substitute for radar, lack of mandate from NCAA or a request from us. How, as air navigation service providers, are you looking at maybe tackling some of these issues in terms of training, in terms of regulatory matters, such that we get prepared into the future, or even bring the future to now, while maintaining the highest level of safety?
Thank you very much, moderator, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're actually living in very interesting times as far as aviation generally is concerned. This is a time for an aviator to be excited because of the quantum of changes that have taken place so far, changes that are upon us, a very exciting future that beckons virtually in every sector of the aviation industry, whether it is engineering, whether it is flying, and whether it is air traffic control or air traffic management. And like the moderator said, I mean, it is a fact that in recent years, NAMA has actually published some procedures that are actually aimed at enhancing safety and efficiency within the Nigerian airspace, which we believe have not actually been taken advantage of, especially by flight crews or airlines in the country, whether it is PBN, whether it is seats and stars. I remember about 2-3 years ago, a very senior Nigerian pilot reported to then Honorable Minister that Nigeria needs to publish seats and stars in order to address traffic congestion, especially in Lagos in Abuja. Now, when that request came to us, honestly, we were truly surprised because NAMA had actually published Seeds and Starts several years back, and they were published in the AIP. So we were perplexed that this request was not coming from the highest position in the land, I mean the office of the Honorable Minister. Now, in addition to that, this is about 2 years ago, for example, NAMA equally, with the approval of the regulator, the NCAA, our free routing, airspace, which to enhance safety, to improve, on the efficiency of operations within the Nigerian national airspace. And you can say basically the beneficiaries, the main beneficiaries, we can say are the international airlines, not our domestic airlines. Now, one thing is key, and I think this is also a requirement anyway of ICAO. Whenever there are changes upon us, it is absolutely necessary, in fact, a requirement. Those who are the operators must actually be trained. And I think, no beating about the bush, that is an area of a serious challenge. Now, when you look at the quality of the training, that is given to the operators, more often than not, even something as basic as the duration, of that training program. Where an engineer is supposed to go for a course, 3 months, mostly maybe financial reasons, it is now reduced to maybe 3 weeks. And in this case, you're also expecting that at the end of the day, at the end of these 3 weeks, he's going to learn what he was supposed to have learned in 3 months. All right? Oh, an air traffic controller course, maybe that is supposed to take 12 weeks, is now done in 5 weeks. You even be surprised if in the discharge of his functions, that air traffic controller is found wanting, is found not to have given his optimal. Now, part of the reason could be because he wasn't really adequately trained. Technologies, emerging technologies, the ADSB, that the moderator mentioned several times, and I know in NAMA for the past 2 years, we've been talking about space-based ADSB. Again, training, is also key. But one thing that I would like to simply emphasize is that safety is not primarily about equipment. It's not primarily an engineering question. It is a culture. Safety is a culture. And I think the earlier that sinks into us, that will actually be better. Safety is a culture. What we do, how we do it, when we do it, why we do it. If that actually sinks into all of us, pilots, air traffic controllers, engineers, then you can be sure that at the end of the day, you're going to have safe operations, in the Nigerian aviation system. So for us, in air traffic management, basic training, I can say fairly that we've done well there. So when I say basic, aerodrome approach, surveillance, approach surveillance, en route surveillance, The basics. I think Nama has done fairly well there. Nigeria has done fairly well. Now, specialist areas, without even venturing into the emerging technologies, that is an area that we've had challenges. So whether it is airspace planning, instrument approach procedure, or whether it is cartography, SMS, name it. I mean, these are areas that, so more often than not, you will see the numbers that you have are grossly inadequate, maybe 1 or 2. So this, I feel, is an area that needs to be taken seriously, areas of specialization. And if I may, Mr. Moderator, sorry, there are certain things that we may consider maybe even mundane, all right? But they are so critical. This from my observation, experience over the years. Let me give an example. When you look at our structure, and I think this may equally apply even to the regulator, but as service provider, you have a structure, the director at the top, then you have the general managers, operations, airspace planning, standard, all right? And these are administrative positions. Now, what is so surprising is that people occupy those positions primarily by seniority, not on merit, not on competence. The system has not acknowledged the fact that for people to occupy those positions, they need to be trained. Now, can you imagine if you are a general manager in charge of ATC training? So by virtue of that, you are now the one planning ATC training for the country, all right? But you are primarily relying on your native intelligence and experience because you were not trained. How can you identify and articulate the objectives of ATC training for the entire country? Therefore, for somebody to be in charge of ATC training, he equally needs to be trained on how to organize and plan ATC training. For example, you are in charge of ATC operations in the country, and we look at the nominal role, and we simply pick the most senior, and we say you are GM ATC operations. Just look at it. This guy is now in charge of ATC operations in their entire country. Yet, he wasn't trained. He wasn't trained on how to manage ATC operations because he simply got to the position primarily by seniority. And somehow we expect that our ATC operations will be good. It will be perfect. It may be by accident. All right? But it may not. All right? I remember one of my senior colleagues, when we have near misses, and we're now trying to find out what caused the air miss, all right? So you gather all the controllers who are on that shift. I say, well, we had air miss. You people must be serious. We can't tolerate this again. If we have any air miss again, we are going to deal with you decisively. You people have to be serious. Now, can you imagine this? What is the definition of serious? So how do you break? So if a man wants to be serious now, what does he need to do? That is not scientific. That is not articulated. Now, the DAS can, tell you because they always have a checklist. We simply must break down the meaning of being serious. So if we want to avert near misses that are directly tied to the inadequacy of the controller, that must clearly be defined. You must do 1, 2, 3, 4. That is equally important. If we want to say, well, the controller is not serious, so that it won't be a witch hunt, for example. Maybe I simply don't like your face. So you must simply say, I fail because I failed to do A, B, C, or D. All right? Let me stop.
You will quite agree. We could have gone on and on and on about this. But the tech there is beyond simply looking at things. We need to go deep down into how even we organized those things. We have to look at even the administrative aspect of our own air traffic management for us to get it right. So, and that connects with what Engineer Balang said, talked about SMS as the last thing in the annexes of ICAO, from personnel licensing, which was the first concern of international civil aviation, to now safety management system or services system that is now the concern of the international civil aviation. So you will agree that the four fantastic gentlemen aviators had given us an insight into what the future of air traffic management, what the future of aviation, airspace safety needs to gear towards, what needs to be done, what is being done, and we must take that home. All of us are aviators. Let's ponder about that, ponder about these things that had been discussed, and I believe we will make meaningful contributions. I think there are going to be questions. We don't have much time, so we have just, I don't know how many questions, 4 questions. Yes. Okay. So we're going to have direct questions. There are some few questions I have seen here. The first one, I think, was on LLWAS. That's going to Aeromet. Okay, there are not many, so I just wanted to read this once, then the flow will not close that. So there was a question of LLWAS as one safety, will I say, component of aviation, and that rests with NIMET. I know we have been having issues. I have some information about what I believe almost our LLWAS in the country are down. I don't think there's any airport that has a functioning LLWAS. And it is a requirement, it is a safety requirement in any airspace. I don't know what NIMET is doing about that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just as you have noted, we have LLWAS working in Enugu and a few other places. But the one for the Ikeja Airport here is down. I don't want to criticize that project. It's so bogus. There are other better equipments that will give us the best. For example, LLWAS needs up to 14 different, sites for it to be displayed. And maintaining these 14 different sites, in fact, it must have 10. It must be not below 10 for it to show. So maintaining 4 different sites, 10 to 14 different sites for it to be displayed is capital intensive. And what LLWAS is doing, Doppler weather radar can help us better with less expenditure and manpower that is needed. And so we fixed LLWAS for the airport here recently, we got a report just within a few days that is no longer functional. Perhaps one of the stations, one of the heights have just dropped. And we did routine maintenance just within a week. That one has dropped. It's not showing as I speak to you now. And we have, I think you wrote us, NCA wrote us. And as I'm here, you see me pressing my phone. I'm relating with the men, the field, to ensure that it's fixed. So we're on it. But that project is so bogus.
That is assuring. And I think it is now given your answer as given us reason why we should advocate for Doppler weather radar than going for
it's too bogus.
And it's going to help us. So, and one last question that I have written here, it goes to Captain Issa Simon, is talking about why are pilots not willing to obey ATC instructions, especially a radar environment where you have an aircraft that by law, as we all know, once you are within the TMA, below flight level 290, your speed should be about 250 knots. You request report speed. It will tell you 320 knots, 300 knots, 280 knots. And you start cutting the speed. Why are pilots not adhering to that requirement of within the TMA reduce to 50 knots, turn left, and you turn? That is the concern written by, I believe, ATC.
Station colleague, you know that this is a very interesting question and a lot of debates and arguments back and forth from pilots and air traffic controls, especially the ones here in Nigeria, have been facing over a number of years. Number one, it's not like the pilot doesn't want to obey the air traffic controllers. We are bound by safety. For people that are flying the aircraft called the Boeing, in part of the aircraft operator's manual, and there's a book we use in the event of emergency, which is called the QRH, Quick Reference Handbook. And it was written clearly in one of the flight operation manual that in the interest of safety, you, the pilot, the captain, can throw away this book. Throw the book away and make the decision that you feel in the interest of safety is the best decision at that time. The quick reference handbook might tell you land at the nearest suitable airport. Now, you as a pilot, you have put all your calculations together. You found out that your nearest suitable airport is 200 miles away. You have smoke and fire in the cockpit. Then you have an airport down here that you can land. You are landing overweight and so many factors that you have. If you follow the book, you will not be able to land. I take instances of a very prominent incident that happened in the US. We all know about Captain Solly that landed in the Hudson River. If he had followed the quick reference handbook, they would have all perished. Something that was number 14 on the quick reference handbook, he went to make it number 1. You know, they wanted to penalize him for saying, why didn't you follow the book as it's supposed to be? If he had waited to go from 1 to 14, they would have all be dead today. But in the interest of safety, he went from number 1 to number 14. So from the pilot's perspective, whatever decision he's taking, he's looking at the scenarios based on safety. And that safety is related to his equipment. You don't know whether he has enough fuel. You don't know whether he's having an error. And, you know, he has to also be in the management. Sometimes the aircraft is running late for its next schedule and all that put together. So there's a lot of things happening. Just to answer your question now, we also fly to other airspaces in in the world. And we don't face these challenges we're facing here. In short, taking off from here to Accra, our neighbor here, you pass through Cotonou, you pass through Lome, and then Accra. Once you contact Cotonou, we feel like we are on holiday. We'll push our seat back and relax because we know that these people know what they are doing. Yes, let me hit you guys there a little bit. I said that to say this. Please. Cotonou would have already told Accra. We are passing through Lome. Cotonou would have already told Accra that this aircraft is coming. And if there is any changes, let's say we are requesting altitude or speed change, Cotonou would have told all the stations and routes to our destination that this aircraft has requested this and it has been granted. You will not be hearing things like radio identify northeast, west of Lima Alpha Golf. Confirm your passing level, this and this. If you have identified me, why are you confirming what altitude and pass it? So these are the changes and challenges we face. We even had sometimes where our international colleagues from one of these airlines said their happiest moment is V1 out of Lagos. What does V1 mean? It's a decision speed. No go or no go speed. So they are getting airborne. They are leaving Nigerian airspace. That's their happiest moment. So coming to talk of speed here, on the aircraft, we have ground speed and we have through airspeeds, indicated airspeeds. So when you say a pilot should tell you his speed, he's telling you the indicated airspeed. And then your radar does not have the capability to give you indicated airspeed. It's giving you ground speed. And those two speeds are totally different. A pilot might be doing 200 knots, while his ground speed, based on the prevailing weather condition, might be 250. So that's what you are seeing. And you are shouting at the guy, I told you reduce speed. Why are you not reducing speed? But you say, I'm doing 200 knots.
No, but Captain, what we are saying is our separation is based on indicated. That is why we request, because our radar does not have what is, we have to ask, we request report speed. Ordinarily, an air traffic controller expects you below 290 within the terminal area, you're making 250 knots or below. And I have cause to ask a pilot that is about, I think, 30 or 40 miles, what is your speed? And you reported about 300 knots.
Yes, I will not shy away from that question because in every system you do have some bad elements. So I would say yes, some pilots do that, and not that they are not aware that below 10,000 feet you're supposed to have 250 knots as the standard set in the various airspaces and sectors. But some do that, and some also request. You heard pilots saying we request high speed below 10.
Yes.
You understand? And then some, they have to slow down. The aircraft have to slow down. They have to plan the speed from whatever altitude they are slowing down and getting to 10,000 feet, they are 250 knots. So once in a while, you see somebody exceed that 250 knots there. But in other airspaces, like when we are flying to London, the 80s will tell you, when in contact, report aircraft type and Mach number. That's at your cruising altitude. So by the time you report your Mach number and your aircraft type, they've already put it in their system that tells them the capability of what your aircraft can do. On the approach plate, it is written there in London that maintain speed 180 until 4 nautical miles. If you try that here in Nigeria, you're coming one. You know what the controllers will do. The report you will get, I'm sure it will be how many pages long. But they know what your aircraft can do. They have a separation of 4 nautical miles. When you're flying to London, you're looking at the next aircraft in front of you. And they all have high-speed turnout. As you land, minimum runway, your occupants, you just go out. So now, we have just come back from London, and now we are doing Lagos, Benin. So you can imagine the frustration that we'll be thinking that we should be getting that London experience. And then we are getting mini experience.
I think we have said enough on
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, can we open the, maybe we'll check how many questions? Okay, let me take from Naimet. So, Shania.
Thank you, moderator, the panelists. My question goes to the regulator, because they are the father of the industry. We're talking about safety. How do we achieve safety? Capacity building, which is training, and functionality of equipment. What step has NCA put in place to ensure that all training procedures are being followed as stated in Annex 3 and other aviation safety procedural documents? When we talk about training is lacking in all sector of service provider. And from NIMET, it's lacking in NIMET. Likewise, I believe, probably other area. And if officers are not well trained, how would they be competent to handle what's supposed to handle? Like what my colleague said on concerning the issue of competency. Actually, we rely on what we call it seniority in terms of cadre. The most senior may not be competent because it's not well trained, but based on the position or the level of employment, probably might be employed at higher level. Then, especially the so-called competent ones, will be their lead. Then, what will we go to achieve? What step is NCA take to control all these lapses that is affecting the industry? You see an officer of maybe 20-something years in service, you now see an officer of just 3 years, you brought him to be his GM, then now be the one to supervise. How do we now sustain competency? Please, sir, what step are you taking?
Hello. Okay. So that is a very good question. You know, I'm always excited about, being in Nigeria. It's like we know all the answers, but we ask the questions. And I think he has said it loud and clear. You need to be more serious. We thank God that we are not we don't belong to any other industry but aviation. Otherwise, I don't think there's any standard that would have brought us back. And I'm saying this because aviation has a standard way of doing things, so that even if you are going wrong, there's a reference point to tell you how wrong you've been going. So I want to say that. So for a regulatory authority, as far as safety oversight is concerned, there's what ICAO calls the 8 critical elements. So the first one is the legislation, very critical. The second one is operating regulation. The fourth one is organization of the Civil Aviation Authority. The fourth one is the technical qualification of the personnel within the authority. Then the fourth one is the technical guidance material that guide the inspectors on what to do. So they call those ones establishment critical elements. So it's assumed that when the Civil Aviation Authority is properly established according to those critical elements, then the activities that they're going to do in the 6, 7, and 8 critical elements
can now assure a safe industry. So the sixth one is the certification. So within that certification, that is where you assess the organization to make sure that all the organization requires to be able to operate safely, all those structures are put in place. So those structures include the management structure of the organization, the operating manuals, and part of the operating manuals is the training program. You get it, that has to meet some certain standard. You get it for the people working in that organization. You get it. Then you do that, then you now have the critical element 7, which is surveillance, to make sure that the standard to which the organization is certificated is maintained. That training program that you approve for them, they are keeping to the training program. Then finally, if they deviate, you have the critical element 8, which is the resolution of safety concerns. I'm to be very factual and very direct in what I'm saying here. We are in a country where we are driven by certificates. We are driven by certificates. And I want to talk to, we're in an ATC forum. I want to talk to ATC. It seems all the controllers aspire to have all the ratings. If you have all the ratings, how can you maintain them? It's not possible. You can't be competent on all the ratings. And that is fundamental. And it's not the fault of the controllers. We have to now look back into the root cause. Why are people seeking to get all the ratings? You get it? So if it appears to be financial, you get it? And if it's financial, we have to go back into the system and look at it, address the financial part, and allow the people to be competent in what they are doing. I'm saying this with all seriousness. And we have to redo that. It's not possible. You can't maintain you need to be competent, you need to be proficient. You're not practicing, you're maintaining. How? And then you say the people are not competent. How can they be competent? They're keeping ratings for what they're not doing. And then they go and are controlling aircraft. So let me say, we just finished an ICAO audit. The ANS score stood at 45% for the country. In fact, the concern is not the 45%. The concern is the decline. Because it was 48%, then it's coming down. So that is an indicator that is not very good. And we are all witnesses. This aviation was not designed to fail. All of us here were products of Zaria. And at some point, we did this work and we did it well. And we are trained by here. So the human capacity generating machine was inbuilt in the aviation system of Nigeria, right from 1964. And it wasn't just any institution. An institution that produced our pilots and air traffic controllers and even people to maintain the equipment around. And they've done it. They flew Nigeria Airways. We had big terminals in JFK, Kennedy. The next thing I want to say, yes, I'm a big supporter of safety management system. But I'm not a supporter of safety management system overnight. You can't put into practice what ICAO is saying as safety management system. You know, if you've not put into practice basic things, safety management system looks for where things are going wrong because it's difficult to find them. In Nigeria, is it difficult to find the things that are wrong? You don't need a safety management system for that because the things are visible. You get what I'm saying? Yes, the things that are wrong are very visible, they are very practical. There are equipment that are not calibrated. There are radar that are going blank. There are communication equipment that are, yes. So there are, there are air traffic controller, even you within yourself, you don't want to take control. You don't have the confidence. So those are things that are very practical that we need to fix. I want to tell you, the audit findings that we have on ANS, and we'll apply the same thing for the aerodromes too. You get those kind of score and you're shocked. Why are you shocked? You wanted more? How? You get it. And it's not to the individuals. I have hailed the individuals in spite of this difficult terrain. And I say it with all humility, with all seriousness, and I can say it anywhere. The terrain is difficult. And still, the people are able to maintain this levels of safety standard. It's applaudable. That's why probably when you go to another client where the things are working very well, you'll be running like Carl Lewis. That is the truth. So the approach we are taking to deal with the corrective actions or these audits that we have for ICAO, root causes for each of the findings would have to be established. Because what ICAO came to see were just the symptoms, things not going okay. But I'm not sure they saw the root causes. So we will get to the root cause, but this root cause, what that is going to mean, is not just paperwork exercise. It's going to go into training of the inspectors, but most importantly, it's going to go into improving the competence of the ANSP. You get it? Because now there's even a trend. All the air traffic controllers are coming to NCA. But the finding we're having in NCA is that NAMA does not have the people. You get it? So what is chasing the people from there? So we have to go back to the root cause and say, what is chasing people from there? Fix it, and we can do it. Because, my biggest problem is, we say when an African man dies, there's a whole library that is gone. Because what he's talking from experience. You can't go to UK and get that experience. You can't go. Nigerian experience is Nigerian experience. So that is an exceptional material for training Nigerians to operate in Nigerian airspace. I'm saying something very, very important here. So it's not about, it's not about the technicalities or the cost content or air traffic control, but it's the experience we've had here. That's the experience we need to change to actually improve the competence of our own people. It's a long answer to a very short question, but as I said, I connect with what the minister identified as capacity development. I've signed my bond with the Director General. You get it. I'm going to sign my own bond with my General Manager. one of them is here. You know, we've talked about it. It's not a joke. We have to get out of this situation. And, you know, with what we have here, I've seen some pilots have gone out here. We run this country. Aviation, Nigeria is, even calling this platform alone, I'm so impressed with this platform because we're not discussing foreign things. We're discussing real things. So this platform that we come to discuss our own issues, the thing is that what is going to happen is that we have to take it out of here and actually translate a lot of these things into actions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question goes straight to most of FAAN and NAMA, NCA. I want to ask about most of our airports and our facilities. Coming to the fact that, especially when the sun is getting set, most of our airports in Nigeria are shut down. We don't have any airport apart from Lagos, Abuja, and Kano, and Port Harcourt. Apart from those 4 airports, the whole airport in Nigeria cannot operate. You cannot fly in there. You cannot divert. Nothing. If you have any situation, you just have to look for a way either to go to Abuja or Port Harcourt, even in weather. We want to know what is happening. We have so many airports, but all of them are sunset. Even Ilorin that was extended to maybe 9 o'clock has been downgraded to sunset. And that is a very big problem for us while operating towards the night. It's a very big problem. Now we are coming to the season of the thunderstorms and Charlie Bravos. You come in at night, sometime Lagos is raining for the next 1 hour, 2 hours. You don't have fuel to wait. You have to divert. Now you want me to divert to Abuja. Maybe Port Harcourt too is closed due to weather. We have other airports, Asaba, Anambra, everywhere, but we cannot go Ilorin. We don't know why the airports are being shut down during the night. In the morning, before you can get weather from places like Anambra, Enugu, is already after 7 o'clock. Most times you call, they say there is no light. We are really facing hard situations, taking decisions. Pilots are up there, they don't know where to divert to. Cotonou is just next door here. They are operating 24 hours. And we're hoping that 1-8 right is going to be open. At least we'll have minimum of Cat 2 ILS. We still have the same Cat 1 that was closed down with it 1 year ago. So we don't know what are being put in place to help assist. Because Captain Issa just said now, pilots at the last point of safety. And we just have to try to do the best we can do. Communication, sometimes even during the day, you cannot get Lagos from somewhere like Enugu and other places like that. It's very, very difficult to get to Lagos, to get to Kano. Now you are going from Lagos to Kano or to Abuja, the same information you put on the flight plan to Lagos, Kano will ask you the same information, Abuja will ask you the same information. So it's just like we're repeating stories. And it's very hectic to fly in Nigeria, very sincere. Communication, that is why all the time the radio is being occupied. Because little or no information we are not supposed to be giving, they are still going to be requesting on and on and on and on. So we want the management to look into this situation. We've spoken to some of the controllers, but they say that is how they are trained. If you have to tell 30 people, radar contact northwest of Lima Alpha Golf under radar control, this and you tell that story. That story enough for one person is enough to have communicated to 3 aircraft. You don't need to tell me I'm not West. I know I'm not Lima Alpha Golf. I know where I'm coming from. If I declare, say, okay, we are lost, you can start telling me you find us northwest of Edgar or this. We understand about speed restriction that you give, but the controller should also know that if you give a speed restriction, it does not follow, you turn him off, you turn him to another direction. When he's ready to follow your speed restriction, you turn him back to come to FE. It's very straightforward. They have conjunction, they give you speed restriction. If you cannot follow, if he's coming too fast, you give him another heading. Because he's under radar control. He's not under a star. And if he's following the star or the steed, the stars and steed have speed restrictions attached to them. We all go international flight, just like Captain Insa said. If he's going to London and he has speed restriction, at so point you should be 220 knots, at so point you should 250. You must not cross above that. They will find you have to be 250 or below, 250 up. They give all those restrictions is on this chart. So if you want to follow the seat, we follow all the stars. We follow the stars strictly. But if you have to give speed restriction, we follow the speed restriction. Just like other bigger airlines when they are coming. Sometimes they give us speed restriction, reduce speed. Later you come back and say, please increase speed. Keep up. If you tell somebody like Emirates or Ethiopia to tell him to increase speed when his SOP says he has to reduce speed from 50 miles, he will just answer you, but he will not increase the speed. He's going to keep that speed, because if he increases by 1 knot, by the time he's getting to his base, he's getting a message. They are calling him in. They are going to find, he's going to come in and sit for a panel, just by 1 knot. So we need to follow the speed restrictions. Yes, some pilots violate, but if you see that as a controller, you give a speed restriction, he's not following, turn him heading out. And he's going to reduce. The moment he sees he's not going to the airport anymore, he's going to reduce his speed. But we need you people to assist us. We are coming into thunderstorms. And it's very, very difficult. We want to have airports open, even if it is 12 midnight. But we cannot have all the airports in the region closed by sunset. It takes 1 hour to get to Abuja. If you want me to carry fuel to go to Abuja when I'm coming from Port Harcourt, then I have to restrict my passenger load. Then the airline will be running at loss. And NAMA want to collect their money. NCA want to collect their money. FAAN want to collect their money. And the airlines are struggling. We buy everything in dollars. So if you assist us, it's going to help us a lot. Because passengers do not understand all these things. They just say the airline are just delaying the flight. They don't want to come. This past season that passed affected a lot of flights due to visibility problem. Runways does not have ILS. Our minimums are registered 2,400, sometimes we have special VFR. We have to delay flight for 4 or 5 hours. Passengers will not know that. It's not the fault of the airline. They will just say, you don't want to go. And no pilot want to die. No pilot want to kill himself. We are not supermen. We try to follow our procedure as strict as possible. But I don't know how we want to do it, but we need your assistance to keep these airports open. We cannot have airports in almost 36 states of Nigeria and all of them are closed by sunset. Thank you very much.
Okay, so maybe let me comment. I think one thing we have to come to terms with, especially as Nigerians, is to look at the reality on ground and agree that that is the reality. You know, if it's not Cat 2, it's not Cat 2. Because we have situations where you have some components that make up the Cat 2. You don't have all the components you say is Cat 2. And then that gave us a lot of problem during the audit, actually. You get it. Some of the runways don't have center line. Okay. You get it. And the airfield categorization depends on some of these other things that you don't need directly. You get it. So at the end of the day, you can't say, okay, we had a situation where we had a mixture of two things. The thing did not meet requirement, but then the thing was still declared. So it had to be brought down. You get it. And you know, the earlier we face this thing, and then we escalate it, you know, it's thanks to that escalation, let me tell you, before this audit, there were so many of even the international aerodromes, you know, they were undergoing certification. You know, there are some certain requirements, if they have not yet been addressed. In fact, we restrained ourselves from issuing the certification, just to make sure that some of those things are put in place. That's why you shouldn't be surprised that one of the agenda of the minister is infrastructure. So we as the agencies, whether it's NAMA or FAAN, is for those things that have been identified as lacking in the aerodromes. You get it. Escalate them so that they are approved. I mean, you cannot imagine shutting down Murtala Mohammed. Sometimes we don't think of the consequences immediately, but it's not something you can, you know, it's not, you can't even think of it. But the reality is that 118 left was the only one open. Everything was going there. We got to times that, you know, you're almost at the verge of this thing. Like, if you don't shut it, the thing will shut down itself by itself. You get it? So that's the reality. I think one thing that we should take solace in is that infrastructure is one of the agenda items on the minister's table. His performance bond with the director generals or the chief executives has infrastructure in it. So you can't bring a budget that does not, you get it, address, if it's NAMA, you have to be talking of infrastructure in terms of the communication, navigation, and surveillance equipment. If it's FAAN, you have to be talking of the aerodromes. It's very painful. Nigeria, we have very active traveling public, very willing to travel. You get it? But it's very painful to know that less than 1 million people, actually, like our flyers in Nigeria, they almost know each other. You get it? So there's a lot of opportunity that we have right there that we have to unlock. Yes. You know, so that's what I wanted to say. Like the local, those ones that you see have restrictions of what? Sunset and this thing. We wish we could just make it. But if we know the thing does not meet the requirement, we cannot make it. And we've recorded occurrences of people, you know, going to those places when, you know, when it's beyond sunset. So some of them can be associated to the lack of the adequate distance. Do you understand? So it's not like they're going to remain like that. But reducing into that is the recognition of the fact that that is an issue. And we've been able to push it to become one of the priority agenda of the minister. You know, so now what I would request from us, in fact, I'm surprised we're talking like this, and I have to go back. I have attended a number of ministerial, when ministers are appointed, whether it's Chidoka or they give an opportunity for pilots and controllers to say, I'm just coming in. One was in Sheraton. That day I stood up, I talked. I said, what is this conspiracy of silence? Because I'm not a pilot. I'm not an air traffic controller. But on that particular day, the man said, please, I'm not coming. You people know this your system better. What are the issues you have? Nobody mentioned anything about communication. Nobody mentioned anything. It's true. Anybody that was on Sheraton that day will remember. Because I stood up and asked, is it that? Are my friends not telling me the truth? You get it? You know, so those are some of the things. You know, there's conspiracy of silence too. You know? But that's who we are. But we can change. The truth is that we can change. I've said we've deployed, noted, NCAASMS.com. It's a safety reporting system. All the service providers have access to it. You also have access. You can report as public. You don't even need to put your name. You get it? Please, like I'll be expecting one report, the report that you just made. Please articulate it in that report. You don't have to put your name in it. You get it? So, and I encourage every other person to go. There's a public sector there. Use it, make a report. It will come into the system, you know, and then we take it up from there. But that's the way we can evolve. You get it? I'm a strong supporter of SMS, but we have to deal with the physical ones that we are seeing before we begin to go to SMS. Leave SMS, you know. The physical ones that we can see, let's fix them. Thank you very much. I might not, yes.
Thank you very much. You want me to follow the leader? My director has spoken, you want me to talk? Okay, my name is Angu Mohammed from Nigeria CAA. Some unknown spokesmen, not unknown government, unknown spokesmen talked. We needed to have known their names. The last pilot that talked and the other person from NIMET. The DAS has given them a very lengthy solution, but they may not pick the required answer to the questions they posed. In essence, I want to chip in that we had a cow audit, and part of what the NIMET officer spoke is intrinsic, is part of what CA is doing to answer the ICAO protocol questions. So in a short time, you will see us get to you, because I can remember 2 days ago, I have signed a letter to NIMET pertaining to these issues. And with him as the director, we are going to follow it up to see that what you requested will be done. I promise you that. The issue of Sunset Airport, it had been a repeating issue. I remember last year, the distinguished Senator Balana Allah, even in our AGM, he spoke extensively about it. It's something that this gathering need to take up more seriously. There are a lot of people professing to be professionals in aviation, but this forum is more professional than any other gathering. So this forum is the best body that needs to take it up, so that any issue that concerns aviation professionalism can be handled much better and to get the result as required. So I urge us that in our input to the authorities, we should have this captured very well and follow it up. Then comment on the issue of safety capability for future. We have the machines, we have the operators, we also have the infrastructures, then the tools or equipment. followed by regulation or procedures. Then at the end, we look at enforcement or inspections. If we look at this, the first issue, the machines, we are talking about aircraft, radar consoles, and so on and so forth. We have navigational aids. If we can be able to push to make sure that these things are done appropriately, then the capability for future could be well assured. That is number one. Number two, knowledge is gotten out of training. If you don't have knowledge, you cannot do what you are supposed to do. And that can be gotten from training. Training is mandatory. The issue of seniority by being higher should be a thing of the past. When you are capable, you must be capable, and you have to handle it. If you don't have the training, you don't have the capability, then the issue of seniority can be kept aside. You can be given another task, but not that is attached to those that are trained. I think if we imbibe that, we are going to solve our problems. So we have to look at that. In operator side, we must correct, and we have to correct it rightly, that there must be adequacy in personnel. Any operator that does not have adequate personnel to handle whatever, definitely he cannot get it right. So we have to look at this. In terms of airline operations in Nigeria, I think if we practice the system of OCC, we can get it well. If you go out of Nigeria, any country, any airline that operates must have OCC. And OCC follow the aircraft wherever it is. They are in contact with it, they tell them what to do, they get information about everything. But in Nigeria, hardly, I think only few has evolved the OCC operations. So let us try to see that we establish that, then we can get it as good as possible. The infrastructure is our systems. The systems must have to be put in place and in that order. Procurement issue is the last thing I want to talk about. That whenever government or whatever is doing any procurement, let the operators, let the professionals be involved. If we don't do that, we are continuously going to get it wrongly. Thank you very much.
Permit me to stand on the existing established protocols. My name is Bola Ahmed. I'm the GM SMS Nama. I sympathize with my brother, Captain Mahmoud. I identify with you on your anger. The only other thing I've known Captain Simon Isafo is he likes to stir trouble. When he said pilots are the only one without IGR, I was wondering whether he thinks controllers have IGR. For your information, we too, we don't have. I heard you when you said, when you complained of all things and you ended up that your hands were tied. I want us to believe that why this forum had been called is because pilots on the one hand and air traffic controllers on the other hand, our hands are tied. We must get something clear. We are not here because we are in Nama. All the air traffic controllers here are not all from Nama. Some from NC, some from NCAT. So it is not every one of them that are even at the airport in the first instance. The same way we believe that it is not all pilots here that are in scheduled airline operations. Some are chartered, some are in cargo, some are and things like that. Why we have brought ourselves together is to get one thing right. We are the people that moves this country. And as professionals that are saddled with the responsibility of ensuring the highest priority of ICAO, which is safety. ICAO categorically stated it in Annex 19 and some other documents, including the Global Air Safety, the GASP document, that safety is the highest priority of ICAO. Now, pilots on the one hand, air traffic controllers on the other hand, are the custodians of this safety. We are coming together. Let us seek a solution within the ambit of this theme, building safety capabilities for the future. You are the guys in charge of the flying equipment. We are the guys in charge of the ground infrastructure, or the usage of the ground infrastructure that brings you in safely. We have simply invited the state, the regulatory authority, to listen on us. I am expecting, and the convener is here, I am expecting that we should partner, identify all those areas, like Captain Mahmoud has done from his own end. Identify the kind of machine that will be useful in this environment. Let us identify the kind of procedures and ground equipment, communication, navigation, surveillance, and the type of air traffic management system that we think will be compatible with them. And simply itemize them jointly and present them to government straight, and ensure that the CAA is listening on us. And we simply demand that if we want this system to continue, there is no Nigerian aviation system. There is only a global aviation system within which the Nigerian system must operate. So it is either we do it that way or we sit down here and complain. And we have not brought ourselves here to complain. We have brought ourselves here to proffer solutions and simply hand it over to government. Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to say there is, we have a session tomorrow. What my GM said, that is what we intend to do tomorrow. And the meeting we had with the minister, I think a week ago, we informed him, and he said he's waiting for what we are going to come up with. So we are going to do that tomorrow.
Okay, I wanted to...
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My question goes to... Okay, my name is Kenneth Rumi Ayadian, NIMED manager, MMAI. My question goes to Engineer Balang, and it's about safety of our equipment at the edge side. So, as our regulators, I don't know much of, I don't know how much of your oversight function you carry out on FAAN as compared to one carry out on NIMET and NAMA. I'm not even sure they are even here, FAAN people. Any of them presented here, I'm not sure. So you seem to have shifted the responsibility of securing our equipment to individual, especially NAMA and NIMET. I don't know what we are doing with FAAN. A question was asked this afternoon concerning LLWAS. And my director correctly answered that it's capital intensive to maintain. Much as that is true, the issue is that we can maintain that if you don't have to install and restore over and over. Can maintain those. We want to upgrade. We want to upgrade. We can keep
the remaining site, we started with 14. They kept reducing it. Even FAAN destroyed some of our own. They want to construct road without even telling us. Destroy our central field. We reconfigured. Now we reduced to 10. The issue is vandalization. The airport is very porous. They can harass us when you are entering this thing, but they can't secure our this thing at the airport. And now you are asking us to go and be securing our equipment. We go and secure our equipment. We, like the LLRs we talked about, we want to fortify. Because each instrument has its own limitation. We can keep, I know of airport that keeps about 36, what's it called, anemometer sensor. They have about 36, they still have terminal Doppler radar, they have LiDAR. Because each equipment has its own limitation. LiDAR can be used during dry season. This terminal Doppler radar comes in when it's rainy season. And the anemometer will still keep working. All of them work together. Give us fine results. But now, what do we have? We have to secure our own. Sir, let me give you a practical example. There are places you cannot take security to. A practical example is in 2022, after our stakeholders meeting, it was raised. The security people that came there, the policeman raised, one of the policemen raised it that even if they want to assist us in security, they don't know the size of our equipment that we should take. So they suggested a tour. And we went on tour of our facility. Air Force, the former Air Force commandant, gave us a truck, about 6 of his men. We went to with FAAN. You know, sir, I learned there that the last time the whole airport was visible, end to end, was beneath your time. Was it, is it Peter now also? You go to the airport here, you can't see from one end to the other. There was one of our sites we noticed was down. We went there. What did they steal? They stole the sensor. But believe you me, the last time we went there, the marks have been brought down. They cutted the marks away. You put somebody there, they will kill the person and bury him. There is not everywhere you can put security. Please, sir, what are you doing? Why are you enforcing FAAN to secure the airport for us? Thank you.
Okay, I think I wanted to answer my boss here, then I'll hand over the mic to the NCA. On behalf of pilots, I will say that the only person the pilot knows is the air traffic controller. So that's why it's as if we are a cat and dog relationship, as if we are always at each other's neck. The fault might be FAAN's fault, but the pilot is going to attack the air traffic controller because that's the only person he knows that he can adequately pass his information to. He might be taxing and notice an FOD or notice that one of the taxiway is broken or it's bad. The only person is going to say, talk to, is the air traffic controller. Like, okay, opposite taxiway, Charlie, I can see an FOD here. And then he's expecting that the next time he's passing there, something should have been done about it. And when he passes there the next time and nothing is done about it, he attacks the air traffic controller, not knowing that it might not even be the same person he spoke to yesterday that he's speaking to today. But you say, I reported this place was bad and you people didn't do anything about it. As if it's the air traffic controller that will go and patch the taxiway. But that's the work of FAAN. I'm just buttressing some of these challenges that we are facing. You know, some years back in our last forum, we brought it up here that who has jurisdiction between NAMA and FAAN over runway lighting? The pilot is on approach. It's coming. The aircraft is coming very fast. It's not going to stop and branch and say, okay, reduce the light of the runway. It's too bright. It calls the controller. The runway light is too bright. I can't. It's entering my eyes. The controller will say, okay, don't worry. I'll call somebody down. Let him call another person to go and reduce. And you are what? 8 miles, 6 miles final. In other airports around the world, the controller in the tower has the control to either dim the light or increase it at scene without calling anybody. In other airports that we have even flown around the world that are unmanned airports, you don't even have a controller in the tower at night, but the light you use the PTT, you know, to dim and increase the light. But we have a problem of jurisdiction. As I speak to you, the access, the problems of access to the airfield is also a problem because FAAN seems to have this God-like attitude towards ODCs and access to the airport. And even pilots and air traffic controllers are being affected. As I speak to you now, I get information that even in Abuja, some air traffic controllers are finding it difficult to enter the airport now as a result of FAAN blocking them for ODC. So this jurisdiction, it's a problem. And the only person that can regulate and talk to FAAN is NCA. So you see the problem is much. You know, I actually didn't want to be on this side of this. I usually like sitting on the other side. You know very well what when I'm on the other side, you know. So maybe tomorrow I'll be on the other side and I'll come very prepared. So those are the challenges. It's not like pilots don't want to fight air traffic controllers. They are our only last hope and the only person we can talk to. To buttress my colleague's point on night operation, we have some airfield that sometimes their lightning at night can allow us to land. Yola, Sokoto, Enugu, but they are all categorized as sunset. And Asaba, you know, and it has now become a money-making venture where they are looking at the time. Once it's 5 minutes to go and you're on ground, they start telling you, confirm you paid for extension. You know? So we'll be like, but just give us 10 more minutes, we'll be done boarding and we are airborne. You know? So those are some of the challenges. Also, if these airports are more accessible, what NAMA will make more money from it because when you are planning your flights at night, you hardly see international airline, many of them crossing Nigerian airspace. Because if you have an emergency and you have to divert, what airport are you going to? So if most of these airports are open at night, there is fuel, you will see that more internationally, you look at the fly radar, more airlines will be flying overhead our airspace at night. And that means more money for NAMA because you'll be controlling them. And any of them know that at the event of any emergency, I can go here. There are adequate facilities and, you know, I will not ask station calling. I'll have all the assistance I need, you know. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, we are very territorial. You know, sometimes what is supposed to be an advantage for Nigeria turns out to become a disadvantage. Numbers are supposed to give us advantage. You get it? And it's one civil aviation system, you know. So I had to start with that. You know, we need to be very deliberate in taking advantage of our numbers. And I think just to put things in context, when government is set up, they don't need to create two arms to do one and the same thing. Provided one arm is already created to do that particular service. You mentioned that probably NCA was blaming NIMED for security. No, we couldn't do that. Within the aerodrome premises, FAAN by law
is responsible for provision of security. Do you understand that? But you don't, in terms of the serviceability of the equipment itself, is the responsibility of NIMED. When the equipment is down, the thing that is visible to the pilot is that the equipment is down. You get it? So you will be the first point of call. There's an investigation that will now reveal whether
it was a security issue or the thing just went unserviceable. So just to be very, very clear, FAAN is responsible for that. The structure within NCA, there's a whole directorate for aviation security that takes care of the security of FAAN. As a matter of fact, from the 11th to the 21st, Nigeria will be undergoing the Universal Security Audit by ICAO. As far as I'm talking to you now, FAAN is undergoing a mock audit by Bagasso. Bagasso is a Bandila Accord group comprising the 7 back states. So they audited Lagos yesterday and today. Tomorrow they will be auditing Abuja, specifically on aviation security. So FAAN is responsible for that. So please, we can never blame you for security issues. But the issue of the security, is a completely different discussion altogether. The law has said it. That is what the law says. The other thing I wanted to respond to. Extension. There's nothing like extension. This one we will go and discuss it with NAMA on that one. Sunset is sunset. Extension you can't give, which is thrown away. So it's something that we need to go and discuss with NAMA. And please, if there is a need, you get it to change the capability of the aerodrome. Even this report, I'm giving you the website for this thing now. You understand? Make a report. Talk to the airport operator because the NCA will not just wake up to go and expand or increase the capability of things might have changed, but the onus on the aerodrome operator, to request from NCA, and the NCA would liaise with NAMA and the aerodrome operator to extend the operational hours. Because now, since we're talking of performance, right? If our aerodrome is able to take more than what it should take, we should make it to take it. The issues that you raised, and sometimes it's very things that could have been taken care of before it became visible to the airline operators, they are not taken care of until the point that it becomes visible to the aerodrome operators very protected. Some of the restrictions we put on the aerodrome operator exactly related to this control of the lighting. The FAAN is controlling the lighting, the controller is there, then you call. Yeah, there are things that have been on for over 30 years. During this audit, they were resolved for the first time. Like the automatic, changeover and all that, and the uninterrupted power supply in some international airports. Some of them have been on for over 30 years. You get it, and it has become a norm. They had to be done. In fact, they had to be done at this particular audit. But as I said, this audit findings, yes, we want higher ICAO rating and all that, but we're not going to do that because of the rating. We're just going to do them because that is the right thing to do. Because at the end of the day, it's going to enable more people to fly. We don't feel for NAMA, we don't feel for FAAN, we don't feel for NIME. To be sincere, what we feel for is the traveling public. And that is it. You get it. And we believe that that single point of call will make us to treat NIME well, will make us to treat FAAN well, and will make us to treat NAMA well. Not because we like them, but because our employers, have to be treated well. So those guys truly are employers. I need to quickly make a comment with respect to the special operations authorizations, whether it's low visibility operations or CAN2 operations. You know, when you have a situation where the state mechanism that regulates the industry now stops your people from being able to do what they're capable of doing, we don't like that. To be sincere, I think the last one was the low visibility operation. Even the RBSM, the PBN, like the charts you talked about, they were developed many years, but many years later, somebody was not aware. And truly, he was not lying. He was simply not aware. You get it? So, this is something back to Ross again, including the regulator. When new things come out like this, we have to do the required propaganda so that people know about it. But the icing on the whole of that, I have to say, and we're going to come back to NAMA to work on that, is the issue of data quality. You get it? We have to get that thing right. Data have to be clean. People have to believe whatever we publish. You get it? So that people don't ignore making reference. So that even when good things have changed, you understand, but they're not away. So we will have to get to the point, and we'll do it with this corrective action plan that we're doing. That people get the correct training, and then when we publish data, people are able to believe the data. I'm hearing this issue of weather reports, maybe not getting back to roads. We're hearing it the second time. We heard it when NIMET had the seasonal climate, yes, exactly. So we're hearing it again. So we need to look at it. I don't want to say they're not saying the truth, but if different people are repeating the same thing, then probably we want to look at it and see what actually the issue is, so that we can get done with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What kind of, because it's almost time, and I have one question going to NCA. It has to do with findings from inspections and the corrective action plans and notices. Then thereafter, there will be another inspection with no correction. So what is NCA doing about that?
Okay. Again, just to be very straightforward with this thing. What we've noticed and want to rectify with this audit that has happened is we do a lot of inspections. We also do a lot of follow-up inspection from the NCA side. But the mechanism to follow up on this finding, you understand, is not very effective. Let me announce the House. Now, one of the statements that NCA has made in its mission statement is to be able to use technology to deliver regulatory and economic services. So I think that mission is seeing the light of the day. It's seeing the light of the day now. NCA has invested in a regulatory software they call MPIC. It has been procured already. We're undergoing management of change. And in pilots, air traffic control, especially people dealing with licenses, at least for this time, will be the biggest beneficiaries of it. So we have large number of pilots, large number of air traffic controllers, and aircraft maintenance engineers licenses. So that system will enable us to begin to process the workflow related to the renewal of those licenses through that as a first stage. The next stage will be so many other workflows as far as regulatory activities are concerned. You get it. That system we use. As I talk to you, all the licenses, paper licenses, file records, all of them, Xerox has been in NCA since July, August 2023. And what have they been doing? They've been scanning all the paper copies of documents that we have. They finished all for the personnel licensing. They're doing the staff licensing now. You understand? So that is a very big project that NCA has embarked on just to simplify the regulatory processes. Why I'm mentioning that now is that those issues of audit findings that are not being able to be tracked to closure, now they're going to be tracked to closure because each of them will have a tracking number, and then when you go for the next audit, and I'm not just talking semantics, it's true because I'm the focal person managing the implementation of that project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The panel, chairman, and fellow aviators. My name is Johnny Kere Ogekiri. I am the General Manager, MMI NAMA. I just want to make a distinction on security because we just finished an audit from NCA on NAMA. The truth is that FAAN is saddled with the responsibility of providing security in the airport. But provision of security for aids, especially navigational aids, like NAMA and NIMET, is the responsibility of the agency itself. For instance, the total radar coverage we have today, it is NAMA that provides the security there. And we have ASECO and Air Force that are employed there. Same at Iju. And if you come up, if you are going up to the 6th floor, once you get to the 3rd floor where NAMA has offices, you will see ASECO officers. But when we are coming into the office, what we know is FAAN that is providing the security. And they hold our ODCs, the day it pleases them to give to us, they allow us inside. So I just want it to be clear so that if the responsibility is theirs, then they must take responsibility for providing security for everything because even these aids are within the perimeter of the airport. Only a few days ago, and we have had this so often, they went to Tracon and vandalized our ACs. We complained to them and they don't listen to us. We have to hold the ASECO we have employed responsible. So I just want that, and if NCA is doing anything as against that security, then they must provide security for those navigational aids, not just the human beings that are coming into the terminal building and the rest, so that at least we can have that distinction. I just want to mention on this, the panel mentioned about having almost all the airports open. We all know for now, we have many airports, but of course for now, we don't even have the manpower to man the airports. So it will not, in most of these airports that you see close at sunset, you have 2 or 3 controllers that are there. It is not just by design, it's because of the manpower requirement. So you cannot keep those airports open. And in fact, in most cases where we have had extension, you make one controller that works from morning till 6, continue on that same extension till 12. And that is are very unhuman. So it is this human factor that cannot, that's one major factor that cannot keep those airports open. I think, thank you very much. I just want to make that distinction. Thank you.
Well, because somebody from the airline, and that will be the last comment. Make it quick, please.
Thank you. My name is Dami Zola Okunche from Air France KLM. Thanks to everyone for organizing this. But I think this is a tripartite conference. Let me put it that way. FAAN, who are the custodian of the infrastructure, are actually meant to be pulled into this. A lot is centered around FAAN, where equipment of NAMA institution, they run the airport, they run the security of the airport. Maybe subsequent events like this, as we have NCA here, FAAN should be here, including their AFSEC, because that will help to have a discussion. Then secondly, we're talking about ratings of controllers. That some people have all the ratings, but they don't have all the experience. Just like there's people have ratings, and they are specified on their ratings, and they grow within the ladder of their ratings. And that's why I don't know the man that spoke from the other angle about OCC. We can have a pool of operation control center where people can individually resolve issues at that center without any recourse of waiting for somebody to go and on the light somewhere, or somebody is waiting for somebody to check the aerodrome for them. That's my next question. Thank you.
Okay, it will interest you that this is our third ATC and pilot forum, and when we started at our first and second ATC pilot forum, we had all representatives, even representatives of airlines and foreign operators. We had FAAN here, we had NCA, we had everybody. We even had those people that tow aircraft, what they call it, is it Marshall or yes, we even had marshals and handlers. Everybody was here. So I think we'll take it as a point to make sure that the next interactive forum to make sure all the stakeholders are here as portraits around them. And this question is rather coming late, but it's not like a question. We have the representative of the chief of air staff here. I wanted to say something before he left, but it's an issue that borders around both pilots and air traffic control, and that has to be with the issue of delay not deterrent. Even though it's beyond the scope of the pilots and beyond the scope of the air traffic control, it has to do more with the Office of the National Security. It can be channeled, it can actually advise us, because the Air Force are the ones that are in charge of the airports. Most of the times, they have the mark and all that. So they are the ones that authorize close up the airport while we, the pilots, are holding on the ground or holding in the air. And waiting for delay not determined. Once delay is not determined, you are looking at your fuel, because you have the maximum fuel you can hold and then divert to an alternate, because there are regulations guiding the minimum fuel you must land with. So we the pilots are taking fuel, put all those things into consideration, putting all kind of contingency, and now we are holding for a delay that is not determined. I mean, it's self-explanatory when the delay is not determined. It means that it can be tomorrow. You can hold till the next day. So if there are going to be changes in trying to even say, okay, mandatory, we have to close the airports as a result of national security. But maybe we'll tell you delay is 10 minutes, delay is 20 minutes. So by that, you look at your fuel. Pilot will look at their fuel and see whether they should be diverting now or they should wait, whether they have that fuel to wait for that time. Those are some of the observations I wanted to raise so they can be put to the community and channel to the appropriate decision.
So I'm taking the last. Yes. So thank you very much. For raising up the security thing again, just so that to bring some clarity to it. Some things we may not be able to resolve right here, but they are necessary input towards probably the submission you are going to make to government. The way the law is written, now, the Establishment Act of FAAN, you understand, they are responsible for provision of security for all federal government airports, state airports, and all airports. That is the law. You get it? So, they have sufficient to do that. It's a different question. But that is the law. But those are the necessary people that need to go in now. You get it? To be able to, you get it? You can't force it. It will be like, you must provide security. You must provide security. You can't provide it. So you must do something differently. You get it? That is the reality. And thank you too for the controller part of it. There are so many aerodromes that are under construction. You get it? And all of them are believing that when they are ready to start, they know those aerodromes will be manned. And the sole provider of that service, just like in the case of security, is NAMA. But you saw the NACA presentation. They don't have solution. So usually some of those aerodromes can actually operate beyond the time, but they're constrained by the manpower. If you overstretch it, the people will get fatigued. And when they are fatigued, the next problem will arise. So that's a very good input to come. But we cannot, what I'm saying is that we cannot be limited permanently by that. We need to climb. This is a population of 250 million people. So we can climb. We have Zaria. Even if Zaria is not doing what they should be doing to the level that we can make it to happen. So we need to climb. By climbing, I mean we can expand our capacity beyond what we have now. So those are the inputs that can come in. So that we're not limited just by what we're seeing now. We can expand. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, time is well spent. It is past 3 o'clock now. And you all agree with me that the panelists have done justice to the topic under discussion, which is building safety capabilities for the future. And we want to use the opportunity to thank our panelists for bearing your mind on some of the intricate issues and answering questions and observations by members of this room. First of all, I want to thank you, Engineer Bala. I know that you have to dispatch certain assignments to attend to this function, not only to represent the GP CAA, but also to be part of the panelists. So thank you most sincerely. Prof, thank you most sincerely for coming and accepting a short notice while you within this very room to be one of our panelists. And that we really appreciate your insight on some of the answers you gave to the questions raised by members. So we really appreciate you. NIMED remains the darling of the aviation industry. And you are sincerely doing very well. Captain Simon. I would have said you should have been to the other side because having you at the panel is like you have frustrated you. So tomorrow you have a field day. So tomorrow you will be on the other side and then we will hear much from you. Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming and also taking part as a panelist. To ask you to bring, we really appreciate your insight and passionate about the industry, and we really gain a lot from your thoughts and some of the answers you get to the questions raised. And to our moderator, I don't know whether our moderator is also a panelist because the way he very requesting, taking out the background, so I rather believe it's also part of a panelist, not a moderator. So we sincerely thank you. I know he's very passionate about the industry, and from the question he asked, it shows how passionate he is really, and we really appreciate it. We thank you most sincerely for your time. It's not easy. You gave me water, but you didn't even notice that there's water beside me. so thank you most sincerely. And to all the participants here gathered, we really appreciate the time you spent. I know that we started late, but at the same time we kept you very late. Let me just address some of the key issues with regards to FAAN not being here. In fact, we have said consistently we've written to all the heads of the aviation agencies. We've written this time around twice. Not only the first time, we now followed it up with another one after 2 weeks, just to ensure that they have this. And luckily, all the aviation agencies, including the Honorable Minister, honored this invitation. I don't know why FAAN couldn't come here, but he's not even a representative. But still, I will assure you that next time we'll have everybody on board. And we've also written to all the airlines, without exception, whether it is the international operators, domestic airlines, private airlines, all of them. So we've written that, and we expect that as time goes on, more will be with us here for participating. Tomorrow is going to be an explosive day. Yes, because we have so many issues. I also have several issues. I would have loved to ask the airport and the VIP movement and airspace reservation and so many other things. I would have loved to ask NIMET, not only on the LLR but with their trash, but on the provision of the RPR values in an airport. And I also have questions for the CAA, for the air navigation service provider, the air traffic controllers, the pilots, but I have somebody to ask, but you can't get them now. But tomorrow, I think that we'll be able to discuss them. And so tomorrow I expect all of us to be here, and that a lot of our colleagues, members, both the pilots and air traffic controllers who are not here, actually sending words that they will not be able to make it here today, but by tomorrow, I expect our numbers will be more than this. And so by tomorrow, we'll still assemble here by 9 o'clock. Please let it be 9 o'clock, ATC time, pilot's time. So let it be 9 plus 10. So on this note, I want to thank the panelists once again and all the participants. Please join me to give a round of applause for our panel.
All right, sir, can you please introduce yourself, sir?
Yes, my name is Ango Shehu Muhammad, General Manager, Air Navigation Service, Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority.
So, sir, can you please describe today's event, sir?
The event is a gathering of professional like minds in aviation, air traffic controllers and the pilots. Our operating environment is barely the same, even though they are up in the sky, we are on the ground. But we operate in the same environment because we talk to each other at every time. We tell them what to do, they do what we want them to do, so that there will be a safe movement of aircraft. So this gathering is all about safety of movement of aircraft, and that is why you see us here.
Okay, sir. So as an air controller, sir, what are the things you are expected from you to actually fly a safety airplane?
There are laws governing the profession of air traffic control, as well the profession of pilots. Now, these laws are what we put in place to make sure that we operate in tandem and there will be safety. There is a body called ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization. This ICAO is an arm of United Nations, and they promulgate laws and regulations that we follow. So based on those laws, we operate, the aircraft is flown. Yes.
Okay, sir. So what do you do? What do you think, or what role do you think the aviation industry can actually ensure or put in place that safety capabilities are involved in everything you people do in the industry?
Yes. Like the summary of what we have done today, if it can be established, then the safety will be much more better. Practically, if you give more training to the personnel that are involved in this service, practically, if you ensure the infrastructure, as the equipment and what have you, are put in place, practically, if you ensure that the remuneration, as the payments to this service provision personnel is improved, then definitely safety will be improved. Yes.
All right, sir. So please, sir, can you actually tell us your key takeaway from today's event? Sir? Your key takeaway from today's event?
Yeah, the key takeaway is that the unity has been more established. That's all. Yes.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. All right, sir. Can you please introduce yourself, sir?
Okay, my name is Professor Vincent Welly. I'm the Director of Weather Forecasting Services, NIMET. Of course, for aviation safety, it is nice that the major stakeholders meet periodically to look at areas of collaboration, to identify areas that they have not done well, then come up with way forward. Because our activities are intertwined, even if we have specific boundaries. But where A stops is where B starts. Where B stops is where C starts. So it's linked, and so we need each other. We're not supposed to exist independently because our activities are dependent on each other. And so for me, it's a good one. Hoping that at the end of the day, we're going to come up with a communique that will address basic issues that is affecting aviation. Because we know that aviation industry is not a localized industry, it's an international industry. And all activities in the aviation is monitored by international agency called ICAO. And so the standard must be the same all over the world. And that is why it's not a local industry, it's an international industry. And for me, we have started on a good note today. We have identified some key areas where we have issues. So by tomorrow, we're going to sit down, begin to draw each agency by agency, so that each agency will know what to do. If there are some that the agencies cannot handle, we can take to the minister. And minister can take to the Federal Executive Council. As I noted today, there are specific capital-intensive projects that is beyond the powers of each of the agencies that need to be taken to the Federal Executive Council, perhaps for the presidency to take decisive action on them. Because we're not talking about a local issue here. And if anything happens in the aviation industry, the whole country, is in it. And so for me, it's a welcome development that we are discussing as a family, in this hall. And when we meet ourselves outside, what I know is what you know. So once we have agreed on that, we can look at each other's face and I understand what you are saying and you understand what I'm saying. So that level of cooperation and coordination is actually needed in the aviation industry.
So, sir, what's your key takeaway from today's event, sir?
Yeah, my key takeaway is that we need each other and we should function as such.
I am Ahmad Abba MNI, the Chairman Steering Committee of the ATC Pilot Forum in Nigeria.
Sir. So please, can you describe today's event, sir?
Today's event is one of the series of events conducted by the ATC Pilot Forum to promote aviation safety and enhance the safety of flight operations in Nigeria.
So how were you able to comprise this program together, and what are the challenges you face in putting this program in order, sir?
Well, It started with us being professionals in the field. Air traffic controllers and pilots are the two frontline aviation professionals. So we came together to look at the operational challenges that bedevil the industry and seek ways to improve aviation safety so that the public can fly from one airport to the other airport in safety and in comfort.
So what role do you think the aviation industry can actually play to ensure safety capabilities, sir?
There are a lot the industry can do. And if we take a cue from the Honorable Minister's 5-point agenda, which has actually encapsulated issues that we're discussing today, we're talking about safety and regulations, we're talking about infrastructural development, we're talking about human capacity development, and we believe that if the 5-point agenda is followed meticulously, we believe that it will address all the issues and concerns in the aviation industry. And for us as professionals in the industry, we felt that it is about time for us to come together, rub minds, discuss issues, particularly operational issues, that so that we can be able that will improve on safety. And we believe that this is also in alignment with the renewed hope agenda of the President to ensure that aviation is safe and also the aviation industry is taken to the desired level.
So, sir, can you please tell us the key takeaway notes from today's event, sir?
We're able to discuss pertinent issues. There are 3 issues that were key. One of it is the 5% deduction as source of the internal generated revenue for all the aviation agencies. Aviation deals with life, is safety critical industry, and we don't have government subventions. Most of the activities, services, facilities that are provided for the safe air navigation is actually sourced from the internal generated revenue. And if we have 50% deduction, we felt that that will negatively impact on the provisions of safe and efficient facilities that is necessary for to fly people from one airport to the other. We need to enhance air navigation service provision, such as the ILS, the DVORs, the degraded surveillance system. We need to improve on that. We need to also improve on the airport infrastructure, the runways, the lighting system, and so on. So all these require a huge amount of money, and we felt that that 50% reduction will negatively impact on that. So this is the first takeaway from this. The second has to do with issues of operating at sunset for most airlines, which a lot of people complain, particularly pilots, for operational exigencies. But we feel that there are certain things that need to be put in place to ensure that we'll be able to extend the hours of operations beyond sunset, so that the pilots while flying can also have alternate landing areas, so that they can be able to land in different airports across the country. Then the third other issue that we discuss is the issue of the airfield lighting control panel, which ought to be in the control tower. Our pilots, when operating, and depending on the intensity of the approach light, they may require the controllers to reduce the intensity to certain candela. But we don't know if that control panel is not in the control tower, and it means the controller will have to rely on a third party to control it while the aircraft is on approach, which is just about a few minutes to landing. That will also be inimical to safety. So these are 3 issues that we discussed. And luckily, all the representatives of the agencies are here, and the minister has also graciously obliged us a competent representative who was here and delivered his goodwill message. So we believe that by the time, at the end of the 2-day event, we'll develop a position paper, and a communique will be also rolled out, and we'll hand over the position paper to the Honorable Minister for effective implementation.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
My name is Balogun Olubumi Opeyemi. Yeah.
So how can you describe today's event, ma'am?
Today's event has been it's been wonderful. I loved the engagement during the panel discussions, the bluntness of some of the pilots, some of the salient issues that were raised. These are all issues that have been plaguing the industry. It's good that we are mentioning them because it's believed that as we mention them, you know, and they are being highlighted and, um, eventually passed on to the authorities. We hope that there will be solutions.
All right, so as an air controller, what is expected of you to actually safely deliver an airplane from one place to another?
Okay, as an air traffic controller, your core or your basic objectives are to provide separation between aircrafts and obstructions on the ground, to provide information necessary for safe conduct of flights, to bring about expeditious movement of aircrafts, to also provide information to provide assistance to aircrafts in need of search and rescue, and notify any organizations that are involved in the search and rescue processes. So, for you to be able to do these things, there are basic things, or there are basic attributes you should have, or knowledge that you should have. Some of which are what we call in ATC, what we call the separation standards. These are tools that controllers have at their fingertips that helps them, provide the separations properly and efficiently. So every controller is actually equipped with knowledge which is key, knowledge in forms of laws, knowledge in forms of knowledge about your equipment status and capabilities, knowledge in forms of the performance capabilities of the aircrafts you're dealing with, knowledge of your airspace in which the aircrafts are flying. So with all this, you should be able to provide efficient separation between aircraft.
All right, ma. So what role do you think the aviation industry can actually play for safety capabilities?
Role that aviation industry can play. Aviation in itself is a safety driven sector, because the truth is there are no bus stops in the air. So before you embark on any program in aviation, the underlying principle is safety. All procedures have to be safe. So as for capabilities in the future, aviation industry is looking into training, because the best way you can improve on capability or capacity is to train and retrain. There's an adage that says that you don't assume knowledge, you consciously acquire it. So it's something that we have to plan on, work on, and then intentionally like train and equip, aviation personnel so that they can have what it takes to provide their various services, or provide their various services in a very safe mode.
All right, ma. So what's your key takeaway from today's event, ma? Your key takeaway?
My key takeaway, I'd say, once you see it, if it's an issue, mention it. Because when you mention it, you are you're triggering the right authorities to do the right things. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, ma.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Hussein Jibrin. I'm an air traffic controller last about 27 years. Currently the SA to the Managing Director, Chief Executive on Strategy.
So how can you describe today's event, sir?
Yeah, today's event is one of those events that are the cornerstone of aviation in Nigeria, because this is a platform where the frontline safety staff in aviation, that is air traffic controllers and pilots, sit together, rub minds, discuss issues, and provide solutions about the air traffic management system in the country.
So as an air traffic controller, what is expected of you to safely deliver an aircraft from one place to another?
Okay, there are standard procedures that have been prescribed by ICAO. ICAO is International Civil Aviation Organization. It's a specialized organization or branch of the United Nations. So there are set standards like how close you put aircraft both vertically, horizontally, and even the procedures that you instruct aircraft to do so that they fly safely in the airspace.
Okay, all right, sir. So what role do you think the aviation industry can actually play to enhance safety capabilities in future, sir?
The role, especially from the management side, training is key. Air traffic controllers in particular need to be trained in a modern way of handling aircraft. Then modern procedures like what they call performance-based navigation, performance-based communication, performance-based surveillance, those technicalities should come to bear in the future. Then, of course, there is infrastructure, equipment for air traffic controllers to work in terms of communication, in terms of navigation and surveillance.
So, sir, what's your key takeaway on today's event, sir?
Today's event has given us the opportunity to bear our minds. You could see the array of aviation professionals that were here, each raising his own concern, his or her own concern, and areas where they feel there needs to be collaboration, there needs to be change, there needs to be an improvement.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, sir.
It's my pleasure.